Anyone wants to come back and reference this. Good. Quinn.
So,
Okay. It is 3 o'clock on August 20th. And now open this special workshop regarding land use code amendments. Present are Commissioners Kevin Walker, Bill Winfield, Tricia Dean, Mike McCurdy, Mary McGann, and myself, Jacques Hadler. We also have our clerk, Gabriel Wojtek, our county administrator, Quinn Hall, and presenting this workshop today, or helping us out with the workshop, are from our planning and zoning department, Amy Weiser and Bryce Rogers. And I will now turn the meeting over to Amy.
All right. Well, thank you. I just want to say hello. Some of you I've met, some of you I haven't. So some of you I've worked with before, some of you I haven't. So I just want to say thank you. And I'm thrilled to be here and be working at the planning and zoning department here and to help the county through whatever we need to work through. So, and just so you know, I've been in land use planning for over 25 years. Most of my experience was in the state of Oregon, but I moved here in 2016 and I was a planning director for the city of Moab for a few years. And then I worked for a private developer and then COVID happened and I did lots of other fun things until coming here. So just to give you a little background, I know sometimes we have no idea who each other are. So
Thanks, Amy.
And I just want you to know that I consider myself your advisor. I am here to advise you and give you guidance, and you are the decision-making body. So my goal is to give you the best advice that I can, and then let you make the decision. So just like you'd have a financial advisor, you'd have a legal advisor, just like that. So I'm your planning advisor. So I just want you to think of me that way. I want you to come to me with questions if you have questions. I love explaining planning and how it works. So just think of me that way. I'm your advisor and I'm here to give you advice. Okay. And I also rely on other professionals. So I'm not an engineer. I'm not a building official. I'm not any of those things. So when I need advice, I go to the building official. I go to the engineer. I seek out people to give me advice so that I can then give you advice. So just so you know. And I know it takes time to build trust, but hopefully we can have some level playing field trust as we move forward and we'll keep going. So I want to share just my knowledge of this land use code revision thus far. So I've been here 6 days. I have some great staff. We have some great legal help that's filled me in on sort of what's been going on. So I want to share with you what I know and what I understand. And then also my recommendation going forward. And then we can all talk and figure out what you want to do with this workshop. So I just want to make sure we're all kind of on the same playing field with what a land use code is. So the land use code cannot exist without a general plan. Okay. So the general plan is it's a document that provides like a 40,000 foot level of the county. And what do we want to see? Looking from space, what do we want to see when we look down there? There's commercial development, residential development, there's neighborhoods, all those kinds of things, right? And so it's meant to be at least a 10-year plan. And it has multiple elements in it, right? There's land use, there's transportation, there's economic development. So we are dealing with the land use element of the general plan and the land use code. That's what we're talking about today. So, so the land use element, as you all probably know, was adopted in 2022. Well, the general plan, clarify, was adopted in 2022. And my understanding was that, and as I read it, the land use element was not complete at the time the general plan was adopted. So at least in several places, there's red text preceded by language saying, this is a placeholder, or we will update this section sooner rather than later. This is not only confusing, but in my experience, it's pretty unusual to adopt sections in a general plan that are unfinished. So that being said, we have hired a consultant to update the land use element of the general plan. That's the only element they're working on. And they've been given direction from the previous planning director, from the commission itself, on what they want to see in that land use element. So that is in process right now, and we can talk about that. But the land use code exists to implement the goals and objectives in that general plan and in the land use element. So it's sort of the boot. I want you to think of the code as like the boots on the ground. So how does the code give us a path forward and actually give us a way to make those things happen? That's what basically the code does. So the current land use element is still incomplete, but it's being revised. Currently, the LU's code, the LUC revisions, land use code revisions before you, in staff's opinion and other departments' opinions, is also incomplete. And currently they don't really work in tandem, mainly because the land use element that was adopted is not complete, and it's currently under revision right now. So it's kind of in this state of flux right now. And so prior to the land use element being complete, I feel this land use code revision should hold off so that we can see what happens with that land use element that's currently being written. And if we were to adopt the land use code revision before the land use element, it could make things more ambiguous. You're going to have conflicting things in the potentially in the element and potentially in the code. Not only that, the land use code revisions before you, staff feels is incomplete. And that's where we are right now. So I know the resolution was passed in March that required that a land use code revision be adopted within 180 days. So I've learned talking with legal and staff that 180 days is up on September 2nd, just so we're all clear on that date, because it took a little while to make sure we knew what the date was. September 2nd. It's really the 1st, but that's a Sunday. So I think it's oh, it is, yeah.
Labor Day.
So it'll be the 3rd. There's a Sunday and a holiday, so there we go. So my understanding is that the purpose of this 180 days is to provide some safeguard to the county, so that while we're in this land use code revision, if something is submitted within that 180 days, while those code revisions are taking place, the applicant is supposed to be placed on notice that the code may change during this time, and that they may be subject to whatever code revisions are adopted, almost sort of retroactively in some cases. So the resolution that was passed did not provide a level of specificity to the proposed code revisions. It simply said Articles 2, 3, and 4. So all we could really tell applicants was something might change in Articles 2, 3, and 4, but we really don't know what. And so the public at large also didn't know exactly what might be changing, just based on the resolution. Based on subsequent meetings and subsequent workshops and all those things, that they could become well aware of that if they attended those. So just so we all are clear on that. So staff recommended to the Planning Commission last week to table the proposed LUC revision based on those reasons I just gave to you. And the reason was mainly also that the revisions have not been properly reviewed by planning staff, by engineering staff, by building staff, nor by legal. And so in my short time here and in my years of experience, that was my recommendation to the Planning Commission. I feel that it's really important for all departments to review something and have a holistic, cohesive view on what the land use code might be telling people to do. So, so that's just a background on why I recommended that to the Planning Commission last week. Sure. No, you should have this in your packet.
It's under action item 15 is where all
Yeah.
that is.
So you should have that in your packet. Yeah. So staff further recommended, to the planning commission, a couple of options. So they could table the land use code revisions until the land use element is adopted. Or they could table it until at least a draft of the land use element is available so that staff and all the departments can look at the draft of the land use element against the proposed code revisions and see if in fact there is any gross, discrepancies. So the planning commission decided to table it until the land use element is adopted. Okay. In my experience, errors occur when things are done in a hurry. And errors occur when there isn't a holistic review of a land use code. And so that's where I'm coming from, is I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing for the county. I'm doing the right thing for the citizens of the county and making sure that everything is aligned and is clear. My recommendation to this board is the same as my recommendation to the planning commission, which is my first recommendation, my preferred recommendation is that we table it until the land use element is adopted. We did meet with Kevin yesterday, or the day before, losing track. So both Bryce and Chrissy and Kevin and I all met, and it was nice to hear Kevin's perspective and his history on things and his understanding of things and the concern about this 180 days. And so we kind of talked about maybe some other options. So I just wanted to share some of that as well. So one option that we talked about was just to table the land use code revisions until a draft of the land use element is available. Then we can review it, and then we can revise what needs to be revised. And according to legal, if we do revise anything, that may have to go, well, it will have to go to the planning commission for another hearing. This is if we, after staff meets and we get this draft land use plan and all that kind of stuff. And the reason for that is the planning commission deserves the opportunity to provide you a recommendation. The code actually states that the county commission shall review, hang on, get my glasses on and I'll read it. The county commission shall review a text amendment within a reasonable time after the planning commission recommendation. And so at this point, you don't have a planning commission recommendation, it was tabled. So that's another alternative, is that we wait for the draft of the land use element and then we look for inconsistencies. And if we do make any changes, we believe it should go back to the planning commission so they can give you a recommendation. Another option is apparently we can pass another resolution for another 180 days. And I'm going to let Chrissy explain that to you in a second. And if we do that, if we pass another 180 days, the same rules apply, where if we make any changes during that time, it could apply to someone that submits an application. What we'd like to do if we do that is in the resolution be more specific about what sections of the land use code we are proposing revisions to, so that the public at large can be aware of what we're proposing to change and realize if it affects them or it doesn't affect them, and maybe that will make them come to meetings or not come to meetings. It also puts those doing planning projects on notice. Okay, actually this won't affect me. Like, I can go forward with my thing and I don't have to worry about it. Other applicants may say, oh, okay, this could affect me, and it's up to me to decide if I want to move forward and possibly risk time and money or wait, right? So that's up to the applicant. So and so if we did another 180 days, what then would happen again is that we work on those code revisions, review it by all the departments. It would go back to the planning commission for a recommendation, and then it would come to the county commission. Okay, so I'll let Chrissy explain this additional 180 days that you could do, and then we're here to answer questions, provide you with advice and guidance and see how we can help. So I'm gonna let Chrissy explain the 180.
It's pretty
Great.
simple.
If you'd, Chrissy, if you'd, yeah, just, yes. You can pull a chair up and you can sit between,
Yeah.
these folks. Yeah, just as long as they can hear you online. I think that's the
Alright,
important
it's
thing.
pretty simple. Any applications that have come in during the resolution period that is already exists wouldn't be eligible for the next code revisions. I don't know of any applications that this would apply to, and I don't think planning staff does either. If we enact another one, then it would those any forthcoming applications would be able to be vested in the new ones. Pretty simple.
Okay, so you're saying that we could, when could we do that? Like,
Immediately.
we don't have an action item for it
Well, you don't
tonight,
have-
but
yeah,
the
we
next, so the
let's
next
say-
commission meeting, we could enact. No, go ahead, Mary.
My concern about that is we put this 180 days into effect because we were concerned that we didn't want something else to happen that was going to put the county in a situation where the general public is very upset about what's happening, but we have nothing we can do about it because of the rules, you know, something such as everybody knows is the King Creek development. And so like, I know when I was reading it over, there was a lot of discussion on sewer plants and electrical and things of that nature that we want to have a little more specificity and such about. And we wanted to do that so that we could prevent something from happening. So I guess my concern of waiting till the next meeting, that the next meeting is the Tuesday that this comes to a close, that this 180 days comes to a close.
So there would
So,
be a gap.
Yeah, there would kind of be a gap. There would be that day.
Is it inclusive of that day, Chrissy? Inclusive of the third? 'Cause
Yeah.
I thought of that.
I mean, I don't know that we want to get too deep in the details, but I think there's definitely is utility to passing another
Yeah.
180th thing and
You
it
think
probably
that'll
doesn't
work?
make sense to,
You think that'll work? It won't be.
well, I don't think it works perfectly, but I think it's worth doing. I mean, I think you know, certain unlikely events could happen and we could end up
So,
regretting
like-
something. I think something that Amy didn't mention, I think the main reason we're not going to take action today on the land use code amendments is even though state code only requires a public hearing at the planning commission, our own land use code requires 2 public hearings, one at the planning commission, one at the county commission. And so we
They're
neglected to put out the notice for that one, so it's not an option to approve them today, but
And just to clarify, we actually did notice, but when the planning commission tabled it, we removed the notice.
what you noticed for the planning commission public hearing or the county commission public hearing? The county commission. Oh,
Yeah, it was
I
noticed on the
misunderstood
10th,
that.
and then it was in the email, it mentioned that it was canceled.
okay.
That's, yeah, so that's why I said like, we have canceled this notice. We need to do something immediately.
So just a clarification, so if we move to add another 180 days, and you want more specificity. Yes, you want more. Okay, so between now and that day would be when you could be working with some commissioners and such to get the specificity into it so that it would be clearer and easier for you to move forward to have it prepared in 180 days after that day. Is that correct? Is
Yeah,
that what
I
you're
would agree
saying?
with that. I think that we all talked about that we could make that happen.
Bill?
Yeah, I'm curious, just for my clarity and maybe for the general public, but Mary and Kevin are talking about, will that work? What exactly are you talking about? Is it, so like maybe a conversation that the entire commission should be part of?
Well, it's a continuation of the conversation we had six months ago. So it's, if we begin to revise the land use code, there's an incentive to, if we say, hey, let's, change the density in this zone from this to this. And it's gonna take us 4 weeks to do it, or, 3 months, some amount of time, then that gives an incentive for people to try to get an application in before this, change that's in the pipeline comes along. So there's provision in state code to avoid that, which is we can kind of announce that, hey, we're working on this part of the land use code. And if we pass such a resolution, then for the next 180 days, if someone puts in an application and that application depends on the parts of the land use code that we've said we're revising, then we have the option of saying, that has to wait. We're not going to act on it right now because we're in the midst of changing. So that's what the 180 thing is. It's,
Well, I understood the 180 days. I guess it just felt like maybe there was a private conversation going on about making something work here. And so I was just curious about that.
I think they were just addressing what Amy was talking about.
I
What,
think, yeah, I think they were concerned that, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they were concerned that when the existing 180 days expires, it would be September 3rd because of a Sunday and because of a holiday. And then we were talking about adopting another 180 days on that same day. There seemed to be some concern that what if somebody submits an application in 4 hours or 12 hours or whatever the time frame might be, where the first one expires and the second one's not. I think that was the concern.
Mike,
In tabling this, do we have in my thoughts of tabling this, do we have a estimated timeline?
Yeah,
I'm to get my acronyms wrong here,
yeah,
but the land use plan
yeah.
will be
So-
wrapped up,
Sure, so the land use element
sorry.
of the general plan is being worked on right now by consultants that we hired called CBZ. And they've come here and talked with the commission at one point, is my understanding. And I think they've done one public workshop so far. And so on September 24th and 25th, they're coming again to do an open house and to talk with the commissioners again. And their goal is to get us a draft land use element by the last week in August or the first week in September. So they're on track, and their goal, sorry, go ahead.
A draft by the end of this month?
That's their goal,
Okay,
or the
Oh,
first week
okay,
of September.
okay.
So it's coming really soon.
Okay.
And then they were directed, and they're still on track to have this ready for the commission to hear it at a public hearing in November. So that's their goal. They're still on track. Even though I'm new, they've caught me up to speed really fast. And so they seem like a great team. And so they're telling me they're on track for that. So what that would mean is the land use element would be hopefully adopted in November. And then we could immediately start working on the land use code revisions. Or even a little beforehand, because we'll see the draft, right? So
Yeah,
we
you can see
kind
the
of
draft,
start
so you can start.
But they're ju-
overlapping. Yeah,
They're
So-
just working on a plan, as in like what we'd want and not specific code.
no, they are not. So just to be clarified, so the general plan is those goals and objectives, right? So the land use element is the land use section of the general plan. They are not working on code revision.
Right.
They are working on
And
that land use
To
element.
me, that's almost like two separate tracks,
Well,
and
they-
they're
Yeah,
interwoven. But I mean, I was just trying to pull up notes for this workshop, and when I look up land use code in my emails, it goes all the way back to 2016, and things that are been identified for change that haven't been,
sure,
and so it's
understood.
yeah.
And that's what the commission is wrestling with, right? So that, as Kevin explained, there's been the need to do land use code revisions for quite a while. And so I understand that's what the commission is dealing with. And I understand that this 180 days was given to the planning department to get this done, and there was some changes in staff at the planning department, and so here we are. So, I think staff has done their best to get things ready in the absence of we're in the midst of lots of staffing changes at the planning department, and so we're here to discuss how to help to get this done for you in the best way possible.
Yeah,
So-
so I think I'm strongly opposed to waiting until November, or something like that. That just seems too long. 6 months ago, when we started this process, we were well aware that there were these other planning things going on, and if we were to do things according to planning textbooks, we would wait for various general plans to be finished before we get to the specific. Well, we've been hearing that for more than 4 years now, and I think there are some changes in the land use code that have come to hurt us, and I think I'm speaking for more than myself, saying we don't want to wait any longer for that. So I guess my time frame for getting these passed would be sometime in September, and it's a question whether it should be the first meeting or the second meeting, but I really wouldn't want to go beyond that. I think many of these are at a level of specificity, the tricky word. I was having trouble with it too. At a level of specificity that, I just can't imagine that this land use element of the general plan is going to have much to say one way or the other on, whether multi-unit buildings have to pay the same kind of impact fees as subdivisions. That's one of the reforms in here. Just think of few. And I think the decisions about density, if somehow that were, I don't know. I've been through a lot of planning in Grant County for the past 7 years, and I have yet to see a general plan or general planning document that would cause us to, not want to make this sort of land use code revisions. And so I think, this predates not all of you, but current planning staff hasn't been here very long, so none of this is on you really. But I think we've had more than enough delay for getting these code changes, including conditional uses and things like that we've been saying we've wanted to do for, in some cases, more than 4 years. And I think, unlike a lot of other states, in Utah, the general plan is just an advisory document. We don't have any statutory requirement for our land use code to match up exactly with the general plan. And I think, despite the fact that the general plans are advisory documents and what we use from day to day is land use code, over the past few years, we've been putting all our energy and all our money into revising general plans, which they tend to go on a shelf and not get looked at a lot, whereas the land use code we look at every day. It has very tangible, important effects on the decisions we make. So I'm hoping that this will be the first of several land use code amendments that we can make in the next few months. I think there's a few changes that, for example, location of higher density housing which I think definitely should wait for the land use element. So I'm certainly not saying, this plan that we're currently doing is useless and, we're not going to wait for it. I think it will give us important insight on some of those bigger zoning map issues. But I think a lot of these specifics, are things we have experience with past land use decisions. We've discussed them before. We had this a conversation about this path that we're on now 6 months ago, and a decision was made. So I would like we had a glitch with the public hearings and stuff like that, but I would like to get this back on track as quickly as possible.
Go ahead. Especially, I think there's certain ones that are really important to look at. Like, we've had some really tough decisions with conditional use that has put us all of us in kind of a rock and a hard place. I read it today. Read it closer today. I think it would be really good to go through that and look at the ones that have been causing some heartburn. And doing that sooner than later.
Sure.
And so that we don't have to do a whole land use code revision. But I think it's important to look at the ones that have caused hiccups for the planning commission, for us, that, because conditional uses are those things that act like they're giving you a choice, but they're really not.
Sure.
We're in that a lot.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if we want to look through it get a subcommittee and look through it and say, these are the ones we want addressed in a more expedient fashion than the others, and the others can wait until the general plan is completed. That's my thought, is I don't want to wait on the ones that have been giving us headaches.
And Mary, what I'd like to say to that, and again, this is just me advising you, what I would like to say to that is the American Planning Association and states all over America, planning departments are looking at removing CUPs entirely. And so that's the direction that a lot of planners are receiving across the nation. And so I would like the commission, I think that CUP section, Mary, I agree with you, needs work. I'm frankly concerned about how Cs have been added in some places. They've been removed in some places, which I understand. And then Ps have appeared for permitted in some places where there weren't Ps. So I do think that that section needs work, and I understand that it's a priority for the commission that that section moves forward. I do think that I don't think a subcommittee is necessary, but I do think that staff with legal needs a little bit of time to look at that table. But I
That's the
also, and with the
table.
commission, we need to look through that and really see what's going on. But I also think we should discuss the movement right now, which is to remove CUPs entirely. And that is a bigger task in the sense that something's either permitted or it's not. And if it's permitted, there's standards that are listed. So it's not just willy-nilly permitted, okay? So there would be standards for how is this permitted? You have to comply with these 5 things or these 8 things or whatever number it becomes. But that is also in the text of the code. So it adds to the code revision a little bit for us to really work through what are those standards that we want for those uses that we permit. So it's a bit more of a task. But it is something for the commission to talk about, and we're here to talk about that with you if you want, or at a different meeting. But I agree with you, Mary, that table needs work. And
Article 3 table, that's.
yeah, so I think it would be great if staff with engineering and with building and with legal could go through that table and maybe really point out some things that we might have concern with, and then we could bring that back to you. And I know that there's certain sections that the commission feels really need to move forward. So I think we could kind of work together on that and see what we come up with. But I just wanted to throw that out there that a lot of jurisdictions are removing CUPs.
I get it.
So I'm a little bit puzzled to just specifically about the use table and the consultation you want to do. What's the nature of the consultation with legal? I mean, I'd love to consult with legal because this is so great talking with Chrissy and Stephen too, but they're pretty busy and you know, they already have too much on their plate and it's hard to get things through. I just, in no past you know, it just doesn't strike me as a policy question, not a legal question, whether we put a P or a C in here, unless you had concerns about some uses not being allowed at all or something. Am I missing something? Why is that a legal issue?
Well, when there's a code revision, I generally like to have legal review it. It just is standard practice.
Okay, so just for general reasons, nothing
General
specific.
review, yeah, she's saying, yeah.
Okay.
Part of our standard process.
Yeah.
Anyways, so pretty much anything you guys say.
Because this has been out for a few weeks already as legal. Then you not review it before it went to the
We
planning
haven't
commission?
done it before. Well, I was waiting till it went to planning commission, which is usually what we do.
Nope.
I don't know if Steven's done it at all.
Again, I'm just sensitive to, I mean, if there are delays for like good solid reasons, like, you know, we'll regret it if we don't change this or look at it harder, fine, but, you know, further delays just for the, you know, that don't have that kind of justification. You know,
Well, and the
worry
reason
me.
we were waiting for planning commission is that if they had anything they wanted to change on this, which is kind of their purpose.
Mhm.
We would have to review it twice, which seems like a lot of extra
Okay.
work for us.
But
And just to be clear, I don't think legal reviewing something is wasted time, and I don't think there's some things that, again, I don't know. And so I don't presume to be an expert in the legal side of things. And so whenever we create some land use code revision, I always want legal to review it to make sure they're the experts on that side of things. I'm not. And so and my concerns, Kevin, would be, you know, where we're adding things where they weren't once there. Would be my, and I haven't had time to review the current code against this revision yet. So I'm behind the 8 ball a little bit. You know, so there we are. And so, and I don't know if I know that engineering and building and some of my own planning department staff has not had a chance to look at this closely. So that's where I'm.
and I'm assuming, and that's an artifact of the, you know, staff turnover we have. I mean, that this came, you know, everything in here came from planning staff, just planning staff that isn't here anymore.
Well, we weren't sure, as we discussed the other day, we're not really sure where the directive came for these Cs and Ps. So,
I think it was, my assumption is Lisa's recommendation based on input she had gotten in, you know, prior months about these things. And I agree that some of these we could definitely quibble with. And so it's definitely a conversation I'd like to have. I agree with what you said about there's still an awful lot of season here and maybe we could do better than that. So I just think if this is an initial step that's changing some of the ones that, like the ones Mary was referring to, that have already caused us grief. You know, there's the outfitters and guides in residential neighborhoods, and then there's the major utilities. And, you know, those two definitely want to get changed as quickly as we can. I don't think we need to consult with engineering before making that decision.
well, I will tell you, there was a question about major utilities versus minor utilities. So just to share that, there are major utilities, but there are also minor utilities. So and minor utilities more affect subdivisions and things like that. And that's like storm drainage, right? And so, it's just something to think about. If we're writing something specific about major utilities, we might want to also write something specific about minor utilities, just so they aren't blowing in. Right, so anyway,
Well, I think, I mean, the change, if you look at the current code, minor utilities have Ps in every zone, so they're just permitted across the board. And major utilities had Cs in almost every zone. And the intention was, you know, we would have some level of control over major utilities, but, you know, because of changes in state law, that's not true anymore. And so by changing that to an overlay district, which is what's being proposed here, is just restoring the original intent, you know, replacing those Cs, with something that will work the way we wanted it to.
Yeah, and you mentioned that we're gonna see a red line draft fairly soon. Is that correct?
it's
in
a land
there.
use element,
Yes.
correct?
So it would seem pertinent, excuse me, can't speak.
Words.
Words,
We
it's
should
a words,
minimum
Jay.
Wait to see that, correct? So that we've at least got a document that's redlined that we can go over. It doesn't make any sense to me to rush this through it, and I'm in complete agreement that we need legal review of this. I see that need being missed regularly by this commission. I wouldn't want to see that missed on this aspect. Now, at a minimum, want to see that draft before we get too carried away here. This at a minimum.
So Bill, I was a little bit when you said red, I'm looking at a red line right now with the proposed land use code amendments. Is that,
But we're talking from the consultant we hired, correct?
Yeah, I think Bill is
That's-
talking about the land use element.
okay.
Other
Okay,
acronym.
that's not gonna be a red line, because it's not revised.
It's gonna be a
just
draft.
It's gonna be a draft.
I'm not 100% sure. It might be a red line, and I can find out, because there is an existing land use element, it's just incomplete with holes. So again, I've only been here 6 days. So my understanding is, that they are updating that land use element. And it will fill the holes that currently exist. But there may also be red lines in some existing language, but I don't know for certain yet.
Yeah, it's my impression of that with them is that they would be creating new documents rather than editing existing.
Well, certainly I think we would repeal and replace, right? But that doesn't mean we might not get red lines. That's all I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah. And when I sat down with the consultants in the interview thing, they were pretty clear that they were not producing code for us. That was, and so I still kind of see these as related but two separate tracks. And every time that somebody pulls a permit, we haven't updated our impact fees. We're just not keeping up with the times and market, so.
But I don't think the impact fees are what's driving this rush that we're seeing a push for the.
It was one of the things that's, eligible for updating.
Sure it is.
Mike? In this almost legal, legal taking a look at it. Legal's job is to mitigate us getting sued. Or that, I mean, in the shorter terms here.
Or to just be pains.
Yeah, we get that. I'm just looking over the staff report, in Article 5, lot design standards. I still don't know how a reduced residential, here, Article 5, lot design standards, Section A, reduced residential density allowed in highway commercial from 18 DUs per acre to 5 designated units, I think, per acre for time being. Would we not just instantly get talked to by everyone who owns highway commercial for affecting their land value?
I think that would be a question for Stephen to answer in this situation. I mean, I can speak to the high burden that takings has, sort of like, but I think that would be a better question for Stephen, and I don't think it would be appropriate for me to answer that.
I understand. My point in making that designation on this conversation is why would we be deciding to vote today on something that's pretty obvious to me and my constituents on that part alone, that we would be directly sued on.
And just to clarify, we're not voting
We're not
today, but,
voting.
staff, planning staff has concerns about that one as
Yep.
well. And again, I don't have enough history on this just yet, but, just reading the staff report, it says to bring it in line with other commercial zones. But then in some of the, land use element documents and public workshop documents that I've seen, the general public wants higher density there. So I do think there's an issue for the commission to talk about with that and decide if that's the right move forward or not. I just know I've seen lots of public workshop documents that most people say they want higher density there. So
And
it's
not
just
to
something
be
for the commission to consider.
not to be two-sided in there. I was there at those public
Okay,
workshops where this came up. That's
yeah.
where I got the questions to me. So
Sure.
that's
Kevin, so I just wanted to give a different answer to Mike's question. I mean, this is an issue that we've discussed at commission meetings, I think at least once, probably twice, or also at workshops. The general pattern we've been trying to implement in land use code is if there's going to be a high density zone, we want a certain percentage of it to be workforce housing or affordable housing or something like that. And if we just give away density the way the highway commercial zone does currently, then we don't have leverage. If they can build luxury condos if they want to, there's just no strings attached. If it starts out with a lower density, like 5 units an acre, then they can apply for an overlay. some successor to the other high density overlays. And we get some, we get some workforce housing in addition to other things. So that's the idea. That's been discussed many times. To me, it kind of feels like a decision we've already made, at least by straw polls and things like that. We asked planning staff to come up with that, and now here it is. So it's not, some of these things here are probably no one's reviewed other than the author, but others are things the commission has asked for specifically, and this is one of them. So the idea is eventually there will be high density, but it'll, we'll have guarantees that a certain percentage is workforce housing or something similar to that.
Yeah, Mike.
I do know that conversation has taken place, and I very much understand several members' points of view on that. But to openly in takings devalue someone's property, we'd be starting a fight already that doesn't need to happen. And we'd be lowering the housing count in the end. So, Trish?
I appreciate your point. I'm not
You're
devaluing
okay.
what you're saying. I think we're getting into the weeds, though. I think we need to kind of refocus to, we have, point of order. About 13 minutes, we gotta focus on what we're gonna do here.
Kevin, just quickly about to Mike's last point. This is something that comes up frequently, so I'm staying in the weeds just for one more minute.
weeds.
Despite what Trish says. This came up in a big way when we did the overnight accommodations overlay zone. We took away hotels as a use by right in all commercial zones, including highway commercial. That caused some very big, one could argue that caused some very big differences in valuation, but we didn't get any legal challenges to that. It passed legal muster, and no one tried to sue us. And I think this idea that you can't make a zoning change which might, affect the values of someone's land negatively, that's going to be a taking. That's just a myth. There's plenty of court cases that say that's fine. It doesn't, it might be a bad idea, and we should, think twice before we do it. But I don't think there's a legal issue there, unless it gets extreme, or if someone's bought the parcel very recently, or that kind of thing. That's what came up when we went through the same sort of discussion about hotel zoning.
Thanks. So bringing it back around to, we only do have a few more minutes left here. We also have this on an action item. I guess, just going forward, will we, right, we ought to postpone the action item. Obviously, we're not going to be able to make a decision there at this meeting. And then, so if I heard Amy right, the two options are basically to wait until a draft is available and go with that. And then the other one is to set another 180 days with certain specificity as to what we want to change. Use that as a template when things come down the line, then we can. Those things don't seem mutually exclusive to me at all.
Right.
Like we can.
Yeah, I don't think those are supposed to be either.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Then maybe I misunderstood a little bit. So we can set another 180 days and work on this soon. And we'd probably be looking at, no more than a month or two and having this draft come down the line, and then we can proceed in that direction. What's the jeopardy with setting another 180 days?
I'll let Chris.
Okay.
Well, so anything that came in during that 180 days would we wouldn't be able to apply any of these new changes. They would be vested in the prior.
Doing the first 100.
Yeah.
At first,
yeah,
right.
yeah. So the next one, nothing. They would
Okay.
be exactly like what happened
So if anything came in during the first one, then that would go forward under those old rules.
under those old rules.
Yes, and then the new one, anyone coming forward under that would.
Would the new
Yes.
sort
Gotcha.
of skeleton that we have
Okay.
would apply.
So it seems like there's very little downside to implementing the
Yeah.
next
Yeah.
phase of.
But in terms of the timing of when we take this up next, I mean, I guess I would propose that, either the first or second meeting in September, we have, and probably that this draft will be available unless it gets delayed. But I would propose that we schedule a public hearing for one of those September meetings.
Probably
Um,
the second.
And if there are certain things in here that are, not high priority for the commission and that planning staff thinks needs more work, we could pull those. But I think by default, it should stay in. This is it does have some review, so I think it needs to be a specific reason, not just that we haven't had time to think about it yet. So by default, it stays in, so that's what I would propose. And I don't think we should go back, we don't want to have to go back to the planning commission. So I think we should just work off of this current draft. And, you know, we can make changes as necessary. We can drop elements if we don't want to pass them. But I would like to get this done soon so that we can move on to the next round of land use code amendments.
You're suggesting that we don't allow the planning commission to weigh in on this?
If they want to do it, fine, but in state code, you know, if they fail to issue an opinion, we can just regard it as a negative recommendation. That's the provision in state code.
And I'll let Chrissy correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the state code says if they fail to provide a recommendation within a timely manner, I believe is what it says.
Right, and
And
since
so-
we had a deadline and they postponed it
They
indefinitely.
only had, my understanding is 2 weeks to review the code that was brought before them. So I don't see that they were outside of a timely manner. they
Okay,
could-
so I could modify then, let's request that the planning commission make a recommendation at their next meeting.
And we could do that September 9th. Which would mean it would go on September 17th to the commission.
So we'd have you'd have a discussion at the planning commission on the 9th, and then it would come to the commission as a public hearing on the 17th,
Correct.
which means that the commission, the earliest meeting that the commission would be able to vote on it would be that first meeting in October. Is that right?
Well, but we could still have, correct me if I'm wrong, Chrissy, but we could still have our public hearing. Yeah, there can be some overlap. We could get,
Yeah, but you still need the days. Already lapsed. The next planning commission meeting is 26th, so we don't have the 10 days before that, so it'd have to be.
but the planning commission public hearing has already happened. That's what requires a 10 days notice, not just considering it.
I don't know. If we can.
We won't, I don't think we'll have time to do, honestly. I mean,
Well, I mean, it was, sorry,
that's
down.
6 days from now. So it won't accomplish what we're talking about as far as looking at the CUP table and looking through some of these things. So I would recommend that it go to the planning commission on the 9th, and then it could come to the commission as a public item on the 17th.
17th.
I'm kind of with Kevin that the hearing already happened, and if the planning commission needs more time to wrestle with it, they can do that at the.
It also doesn't give us time to stop for hearing it
Yeah.
next Monday.
And it's not, yeah.
We haven't made any changes. It's the same one that was at the hearing.
Well, I think we were discussing looking at that CUP table and looking at a few more things on a staff level before it comes back.
So then
But-
there
but
should
that-
be changes.
I'm gonna let Chrissy speak to whether the planning commission meeting needs to be a public hearing or not. I'm gonna let Chrissy weigh in on that. But I think that this is it's a good schedule. It's a doable schedule from a staff standpoint and a noticing standpoint. And for having everybody feel comfortable with what's coming before you. I think this is a good path forward, and it keeps the timeline that you're hoping for off by a few weeks.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Amy. Thank you. What, and
So
as
it'd
far
be
as
like
that
the
schedule
first-
goes, yeah. As far as that schedule goes, Kevin, what do you see the jeopardy being in
Waiting
like
to
basically a 2-week delay? If we have the 180-day trigger set.
It's just, you know, we've been saying things like that for years and things don't happen. So I think unless there's a strong reason to delay, we should try to move this forward. You know, our initial goal was to have it done by the end of August. Now it's being pushed back toward the end of September. Yeah, and this doesn't even do everything we were hoping for.
Staff here, and I think we need to listen to staff on this.
So. But in some, I mean, this is a change. The document here is prepared by staff.
Right. And we're getting a very solid recommendation, and I think that we need to follow that.
Do you, we have 5 minutes until our meeting starts. I'd like to take a really quick recess, but do you all want to continue the discussion during our
Yeah, that makes
action
sense.
item, number 15 action item? I think that's still
Sure.
on the agenda. We'll have to make a motion to postpone at that time. I think we're getting close to a resolution, so I think we could.
Postpone it.
Yeah.
And then maybe what we want to do in that postponing motion is kind of give some dates and on this date, this will happen, on this date, and this will happen. And so at the very, very latest that we would be voting on it would be the first meeting of October.
Right.
Which is, seems like a long ways away, but it'd be a blink.
Right.
Everything's blinked.
There's things to go. Everything. Okay, so yeah, we will get back to this at on our regular agenda. I am going to close out this special workshop, and very much thanks to Amy and Bryce and Chrissy for joining us for this. Yeah. Thanks. We're gonna recess for 5 minutes and we'll reconvene at 4 o'clock for Thompson.
you serious?
This is the dollar. Sort of like super expensive, they're like.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, it's 4:03. I will now call to order our Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting for August 20th, 2024. Present are Commissioners Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Bill Winfield, Trish Shadeen, Mike McCurdy, Mary McGann, and myself, Jacques Hadler, as well as County Clerk Gabriel Wojtek and Associate County Administrator Quinn Hall. We also have Chief Mark Markham from Thompson here. So with that, I will entertain citizens to be heard. And this citizens to be heard session is for the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. So if you're here for a regular Grand County citizens to be heard session, that will be shortly. Anyone here in the audience like to speak about Thompson? Anyone on Zoom, Thompson? All right, then we will move on to our Thompson Springs consent agenda consisting of item number 1, approval of meeting minutes from the July 16th, 2024 special meeting. And then our second consent agenda item is ratification of Thompson bills, total bills in the amount of $229.45 and total payroll in the amount of $1,799.78 for a total bills and payroll in the amount of $2,029.23. I'd entertain a motion. Mary?
Motion to accept the consent agenda for the Thompson Springs Special Fire District.
All right,
Second
motion
that.
from Commissioner McGann to approve, second from Commissioner Hedin. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. We will now move on to our fire chief's report. And we have Chief Markham with us on Zoom, so I'll turn it over to you, Mark.
Hello. So as far as incidents go, we've been pretty busy within the last month. Multiple medical calls, either illnesses, bleeding, or we've had 3 different serious motor vehicle accidents, actually all on I-70. We did have a head-on collision, believe it or not, on I-70. July 20th, right outside of Thompson. Another medical extrication vehicle collision on the 21st. And then just recently, it was yesterday morning, about 2:30 in the morning, a van carrying 10 passengers rolled multiple times about a mile east of Thompson. All the passengers were able to get out. We did have multiple agencies respond as far as ambulances go. We had Emery County, Grand County, and Lower Valley ambulances all came to transport those patients. So it was a pretty serious deal. Equipment wise, our apparatus is in good working order. We did have the batteries go out on engine 41, and those have been replaced. It's been about 4 years since those have been replaced. That's pretty normal battery wear. I did have all the fire extinguishers for the station and the engines inspected on the 8th. And I did attend on the 13th of August, attended the DRT meeting for the proposed Crescent Junction gas station and convenience store. And that planning is ongoing. So, and the approval process is still ongoing. So that's been taking up some of my time too. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you so much, Mark. We really appreciate everything you do out there in Thompson.
Thank you.
It looks like we have no new or old business this month. We don't have any public hearings, so I will now adjourn the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting at 4:07. And with that, I will call to order our regular Grand County Commission meeting. Again, all present are the same as for the Thompson meeting. And I would ask you to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, now I will open our regular Grand County Citizens to be Heard session. If you have come here to make a comment, if you're in the audience here, just raise your hand and I will call you forward. Please have a seat, speak into the microphone and let us know your name first, and you'll have 3 minutes to make yourself heard. I'll also kind of go back and forth with folks on Zoom. If there's anybody on Zoom who would care to make comment, and I will also add a couple of things. We'll have a second Citizens to be Heard comment right around 6 o'clock. If you are here to make a comment about our public hearing today, I suspect that some of you may be, then at that public hearing is a good time to make yourself heard concerning that particular item, which is a rezone. So with that, who in the chamber would like to come forward? Yes, sir, in the back.
I'm Dee Taylor. We've been experiencing a lot of flood issues at our property. It's in the city of Moab. We've been trying to work with the city to come up with a solution for over 2 years now, since the 2022 floods. We got flooded again in June this year, clear around our house. Garage was flooded. Luckily, we got by without the house being flooded, but just barely. The city is trying to work on a plan to solve the problem. They're supposed to have a meeting with us next month. I think the city's in over their head. I think it's going to cost more than the city's going to be able to handle. I just wanted to come and ask the county council if there's any help you could give us. I know it's within the city limits, but we're also county members, so we pay county taxes. I don't have a specific proposal to put forward right now, but as soon as we hear what the plan is next month, we may need some money to make it happen or some other help. So I just wanted to kind of put that in your back of your minds that we're going to need help with that. And I'll probably be here at future meetings to ask for that help in specifics. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, in the back.
My name's Heather Taylor, and I'm here regarding the same thing as Dee. We're neighbors together. We live down on West Center Street, so I wanted to give a property address, and we also wanted to extend an invite if any commissioners would like to come down, kind of see the problem from our point of view. We would love to give you a tour and show you around the situation we've been experiencing. I just wanted to add, we've been working on this for 2 years plus. Our issues started actually back in 2018. And we've been trying to get a solution here for that many years, and are kind of running out of time and out of options before our homes are frankly going to be washed away. That's kind of like what we have, and it's my kids and everything, so it's something we'd like to see some sort of collaborative. It's a city, we're in the city, and we understand that. We would hope to see in the future some sort of collaboration with the county, if possible, between the city and the county, trying to work together to solve this. Really, it's a big scope, it's a large problem, but flood mitigation sure doesn't seem to be priority. And for people like us, that's super alarming. I also wanted to know, I watched the last commission meeting and I heard Kent Green spoke about, this is just the next subject, but about the pursuit bear hunts, and we are property owners as well near Kent. We wanted to echo the same concerns as him. We also have those same issues concerning pursuit hunts with the bears, and we would majorly appreciate some sort of drafted letter, anything like that, to where our hands are tied, their hands, I guess, are tied. So any help with that would be super appreciated too. Thank you.
Great. You mentioned an address. You're welcome to state that now. You could also email commission at grandcanyutah.net with your address. And
273 West Center Street for Mike and Heather Taylor. And and Tammy's arts is, I just want to make sure they're good with that, 280 West Center Street.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you. Aaron, you had your hand up?
Lindbergh. Yeah, I was just listening in on the 3 o'clock agenda with you guys and, you know, I can see Kevin's point on being like, we have line item by line item with those revisions on the code, like gone through each one of those and like debated it. The only thing though is sometimes I felt like we had a consensus at the commission that was not where the paperwork took us. It was like, oh yeah, we think this, and then something else happened. And there's those controversial things, like we still were debating about that reduction in density, the commercial use, and like how we can like do commercial and residential, like try to boost it more off of that. That was like what I think a lot of us would be like, yeah, we want that instead, even add more instead, take away on that. So one of the things, we had a workshop a couple of years ago with Emily as well. And, one of the main things that the developers said at our open house that we had was that the turnover of staff was very much detrimental. Like, I mean, look at the kind of like, these guys are, the staff, previous staff, they all know more than us. And like I think it's probably hard for them to like take direction. Like, I feel like we kind of are supposed to be directing them, but they know more than us, kind of or at least me. I don't know. That's how I feel about that. And so like that continuity and like institutional knowledge is like really important. And that was identified by like just about like every developer, builder, contractor in the county said that. And I was like, I think that's a major issue. And like, how do we, resolve that? I think that's a deep question at the county that we need to look at, like, is it, bean bags and coffee maker in the office? I don't know. So thank you guys.
Appreciate it, Aaron. Thanks. Anyone else here in the room like to come forward and make comment right now? Anyone on Zoom here to make comment? Looks like not. One last call for the chambers, and again, there will be a comment period at 6 o'clock as well as our public hearing. Okay. Thank you, and we will now move on to our presentations. Our presentation today is on the Manti La Salle National Forest, and it is the Forest Plan Revision Update. And I will welcome, it looks like Josie Muse. Yeah, all right, awesome.
Start.
Good afternoon, James County.
What's that point? It's not a very good microphone. So
Not a very good sucker.
Yeah.
Better? Okay. Good afternoon, Grand County Commission, Grand County. Yeah, just a pleasure to join you today. My name is Michael Engelhardt. I am the district ranger for the Moab and Monticello Ranger districts for the Manti La Salle National Forest, which is basically the southern half of the Manti La Salle National Forest. The other districts lie in Ephraim, Barron, and Price, Utah. We're here today just out of a commitment to make sure that our county commissioners, we're visiting every single county involved in our forest planning process, which is 10. There's 8 here in Utah and 2 in Colorado that we visited. And Grand is actually one of the last ones we visited. So I'm happy to be here today to discuss the developments of our forest plan revision process. It's very important that we develop these plans in collaboration with our county, state, local, municipality governments, all the representative governments interested in the management of the forest plan. We can't do this alone. We need your assistance, your guidance, your instruction, your advice on how to better manage our forest system lands. The forest plan revision process is basically a once in a generation process. The last time we updated the forest plan, or last time we did a forest plan, was 1986.
Since then, and we've amended that forest plan very many times, so we can absolutely see that this forest plan is gonna guide the management of the National Forest System lands here in Grand County and in 9 other counties across 2 states, for the next generation or more. So these are consequential decisions on the future of management of the National Forest System lands. As I look at the theme art for, and symbol for Grand County here, my responsibility are those mountains in the background. Those gray mountains, the beautiful white cap mountains, on most part of the year. I take it very seriously and am humbled by the fact that these mountains, these highlands, especially in southeastern Utah, are often the lifeblood of our communities. This is where our water comes from. This is where, these are our beautiful refugia from these low desert, red desert lands that we otherwise live in. I have a couple of folks with me here today. I have Josie Muse, who is our environmental coordinator and our forest plan revision team lead for the Manti La Sal National Forest. She's here to give a short presentation, but I also wanted to introduce Mr. Orlando Cortez. Mr. Cortez is my deputy district ranger. He sits in San Juan County in Monticello at our office in Monticello. He came up here today to make sure you all could put a face with the name. And make sure you are all very aware. You can reach out to either one of us at any given time. During the presentation, please feel free to ask questions as we move along. We'll certainly pause at the end for questions to be answered, and then we're at your disposal for the remainder of our time. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joseph.
Thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for your time this evening. All right.
Josie.
Yes.
Slide you like, look, there you go. Perfect.
All right, so we provided this presentation electronically for you. This first slide has contact information for forest leadership as well as our forest planning team, email addresses. And we do have some new faces. We have a new forest supervisor, Barbara Van Alstein. She has been with us since December, started in a detail and then acting until just recently. She did get the permanent position as our forest supervisor. Also listed are our 4 district rangers, including Michael and Orlando, and then our planning team, including myself. So feel free to reach out to us directly with any questions. So I think you're all very aware of where the Manti La Sal sits within your county and San Juan County, but the geographic context of Manti La Sal is that we're in the Intermountain region of the National Forest System. We are located in Utah and a small portion of southwest Colorado. The Manti La Sal spans 1.3 million acres, and we have 5 ranger districts. We have what we call our North Zone and our South Zone. Our North Zone has Sanpete Ranger District, Barron Ranger District, and Price Ranger District. And then South Zone is Moab Ranger District and Monticello Ranger District. There are 10 counties that Manti La Sal is within. 8 are in Utah and 2 in Colorado. And then we have 2 wilderness areas, which are designations. We have the Dark Canyon Wilderness Area in the Monticello Ranger District and Nelson Mountain Wilderness Area in our Barron Ranger District. And then the Bears Ears National Monument covers the larger portion of our Monticello Ranger District. So we want to just give a background on the public involvement process to date on forest plan revision. This started in 2016. We published a notice of initiation to conduct an assessment. This assessment looked at our 1986 forest plan that we're currently operating under. It's been amended 23 times. And through that assessment, we identified the need for change, which drives the forest plan revision process. We released that assessment for public comment and received about 900 comments on the assessment, and half of those, little over half of those, were directly related to recommended wilderness evaluation process. And then in August 2021, we published a notice of intent to prepare a draft environmental impact statement for forest plan revision. And at that time, we had a very draft forest plan available for public comment. And that plan was designed on the findings of the need for change, which were ecological resilience, support for traditional and cultural ways of life, and sustainable recreation. That comment period, we received about 6,300 comments, and about half of those were unique, meaning that they were, those letters that were not unique were form letters, from organizations and so on. And then in 2023, August of last year, we published the notice of availability of the draft environmental impact statement and an updated draft plan based on the previous comments. We received about 820 comment letters, about half of those were unique, and from those letters, we've extracted over 2,000 comments. And then we've summarized those comments into about 200 comment categories. And that is where we're at right now with the planning process. We're doing content analysis of our documents as well as comment response. So this slide highlights some of the major themes that we found in this last comment period. Our local and state governments and local communities are concerns with roads and public access, local economies, watershed health and protection, as well as vegetation restoration, wildlife habitat, raising traditional uses and timber harvest. We received a lot of comments in support of heritage and cultural protections. And we do have commenters concerned with the ability to continue to use over snow vehicles such as snowmobiles, as well as winter and summer recreation opportunity spectrums. We've received comments both for and against recommended wilderness areas, wild and scenic rivers, and the conservation alternative. Now, the conservation alternative was a citizen submitted alternative that was not analyzed as a standalone alternative in the draft EIS. We did take components of that alternative that comply with law, regulation, and policy, and then put those across the range of alternatives that we did analyze. So throughout this process since 2016, we've been working with several partners and cooperating agencies, including the Utah and Colorado state delegations. We've been requested for formal consultation with 10 nations, tribes, and pueblos, as well as 10 counties, 8 in Utah, 2 in Colorado, 7 conservation districts, 4 cities, and our federal partners, the National Park Service and the Bureau of Land Management, as well as the Utah Public Lands Policy Coordinating Office. We'll continue to consult and update all of our partners throughout the process as we move towards our final. So for the timeline, as I mentioned, we're currently working on the content analysis and comment response, and we're preparing the final EIS and final plan. We are also developing an appendix that crosswalks our partners' resource management plans with the forest plan. And we will meet again with our cooperating agencies prior to releasing final documents to the public to provide that document as well as the final documents for discussion. Ongoing tribal consultation, that will also continue throughout this process before the release of the final documents. And once those 2 are done, we will do our regional office and Washington office reviews of our final documents. So I want to mention that there are 2 other planning efforts going on at the same time as our forest plan revision, and that is the Bears Ears National Monument Plan and the National Oak Growth Amendment. Decisions on both of those are expected in January of 2025, and they will both amend our 1986 plan. So we need to wait before we release our final plan before that happens, so we can update, bring all that information into the final plan. So we expect that in 2025, we will be going out with the public for a 60-day notice of opportunity object period on the final EIS, final plan, and draft decision. And then, of course, prior to that, we'll be meeting with all the cooperating agencies again. So this next slide just gives some links so you can access the documents that have been released for public comment to date. There's 2 links. The one on top is the planning webpage, and the one on the bottom is ArcGIS. That's a great tool that you can go in and go across the range of alternatives, pull up the different areas, and see how they differ. All right, so that's the end of the presentation. We'll open back up for comments and discussion.
Awesome. Thank you guys for being here and sharing with that with us. Bill.
Yeah, I wonder if you were aware of the commission meeting when we had open comment about the letter of support that ultimately was sent to you folks. That commission meeting was a packed house of mostly residents that live on the mountain, residents here in town, and it was almost unanimously against the wilderness areas. Now, I know that you get a lot of letters and those come in from all over the United States about these wilderness areas, and I understand how those groups work and those things are pushed forward, but having grown up on that mountain myself and spent my entire life in this area, as have other people in this room currently, the conflict doesn't exist that continually gets pushed forward in justification for wilderness areas and taking away privileges of people that have been here there. I don't know how many generations the Taylors have been here. I grew up on a ranch that the settlement came, they came through Hole in the Rock when that Mormon group came here. That's the ranch I grew up on. So they settled this area. And listening to those people, I think, is highly important. It's those mountains are sacred to us local people, as they are to the natives and to everybody else. And these wilderness ideas up there are doing nothing but taking land away from people that have been here their whole lives. And if you didn't see that commission meeting, it's worth watching the citizens to be heard portion of that, because it was very emotional. We had one man break down crying and left here, and he's one of the toughest individuals I've ever met. It affects people to the core here, and we have to be very careful when we make these decisions that benefit groups who really aren't even based here, or if they are here, it's in just their numbers and trying to bring this stuff about.
I think I could provide some context to that. So first of all, I believe I watched recordings of that meeting, but I've certainly heard the content of that meeting. I was not able to attend that meeting in person, which I regret. I think that recommended wilderness is just to make sure that folks know where that comes from. It's a measurement of wilderness qualities on the landscape, and it's a very set process that we must do when going about a forest plan revision process. That process is a multi-year process. I believe we started that in 2016 at the very beginning of this process. It's also been an open and public process. It's not a process where you can wish or want or hope to find the wilderness quality. You either measure it there or you don't measure it there. When we went out with the draft plan, what we went out in the one alternative presented 9 areas. Now, all 9 of those areas out of the 50 or so that we analyzed for a recommended wilderness, all 9 of those areas are in Grand and San Juan County. There was no bias in selecting those 9 areas. Those 9 areas just happened to be the areas that rated high for wilderness characteristics. Okay. So we had ones that rated low. We didn't carry those forward. We had another alternative that included all the moderate rated ones, and then we had all the high rated ones. So whether folks entirely believe me or not, I will say it's a very transparent, very set process to measure what's on the landscape. It doesn't include influences like somebody wants it to be wilderness. That's not something that gets included into that. It's simply a measurement of the qualities that are on the landscape. When we move forward now, as we go towards the final environmental impact statement and move towards a draft decision, of course, we've taken into account the words that have been shared to us through our public meeting, through our comment process, going back to 2016. So 8 years of hearing both support for more and support against all and everything in between recommended wilderness areas. I think as I work to shape what recommended wilderness looks like on the south side of the forest, which again are those 9 highly rated areas, are all within districts that I manage. What I've absolutely made the commitment to do is to hear the people that are concerned about those areas being called recommended wilderness areas, the things that they think they'll lose, as well as the things that they might lose, and the opportunities they might lose if it were a recommended wilderness area. There's more than one way to thread this needle. There are ways to look at greater balance on the landscape. There's ways to deconflict with roaded access, with over snow access. There's ways to to shape the polygons of consideration as well around the comments that we received. So it's not necessarily an all or nothing approach, but I do think, and I have to make the commitment to you now, that this forest has been very committed to creating a balanced approach that proactively manages for the wonderful wilderness characteristics that we have in light of the public comment that we're receiving, where folks are really concerned about losing access, and rightfully so, losing access to forest system lands. And I think in coming up with a balanced approach, we're still looking at a couple of areas within the LaSalle Mountain Range. One being in Colorado, one being the central LaSalle's. We're looking at some areas within the Bears Ears National Monument, and we're looking at all options. The options at this point would be, should any of these be recommended wilderness? Do we have to make that decision this generation? Or do we make that decision in a future generation? Put it to your grandchildren to decide whether wilderness is right here or not. Or can we take the polygons that were developed in the draft and tweak them a little bit towards the concerns that have been expressed by grazers, by recreators, by folks that want a more motorized or different, don't see the balance in motorized versus non-motorized access and want to see a different balance? Can we tweak them and still come up with a viable, justifiable, rationalized version of what recommended wilderness could look like? It's very strongly under consideration at this point in time. We know it's one of the hotter points of discussion. And when folks care as much as the people of Grant County care about this issue, our ears are opening. We are listening. We're trying to hear all sides. And I just also want to say, we've had to say this a lot during the Bears Ears National Monument planning process, because folks have been very concerned about folks from other parts of the country, that this isn't their back door, so to speak. This isn't a vote. It's not like we get 5,000 comments for this and then we say, well, 5,000 people wanted it. I've got 5,000 form letters, so we're going to go with more recommended wilderness areas. It's a democratic process, but it's not a straight count of we've got 24 and 20 against, so it's a toss-up, split it down the middle. That's not exactly how we do it. We weigh the substance of the comments being given to us. We weigh that substance and we make a rationalized decision based upon that in light of how the land is presenting itself. We have some special lands in Grant County, some incredibly remote places that provide solitude and respite from the rest of the world. The central LaSalle's are one of those places that do that. Does it need to be a recommended wilderness to do that? Not necessarily. So we're weighing a lot of those options at this point. And I do want to make sure I reassure everyone, our ears are open and we weigh these decisions very heavily.
Thank you, Michael. That was a great explanation. Appreciate the work you guys are putting into this. Kevin?
I guess, this is a very diverse forest. You can tell by the way it's separated on the map, both culturally and landscape. Could you say a little bit how the plan is sort of, addressing challenges or needs that are maybe unique to the Moab area with the recreation rights and things like that?
That's a really great question, Kevin, and I'm glad you've asked that. I think more so, whenever we're doing a forest plan revision, we're always trying to be proactive. You're trying to vision out 30 years of management and the sideboards that are needed to make better decisions out into the future. When we talk about Moab, the need to be on our toes and proactive towards visitation and growth and increased visitation, the care for the waters above us here in Moab, in the LaSalle Mountains, the recharge zone, the sole source aquifer, that's big in our hearts and our minds as we're considering management. That's why one of the main reasons why we proposed the Moab geographic area was to handle the actual and any perceived increase in recreation or use activities that would be out there in light of surface waters, in light of groundwaters, in light of sensitive areas. That's a particular concern here in Moab, is making sure that we're proactive for that management into the future while not boxing ourselves in that we're so overly restrictive on the management that we change the experience, so to speak, up there, so much that it really hinders people's enjoyment of the public lands. with the Moab geographic area, of course, we're concerned about vegetation within that space too. So how do we manage the vegetation in light of the amount of wildland urban interface that occurs up in the Moab geographic area to protect people's homes while protecting the waters, while managing that increased visitor use? And you'd think those are a little bit in conflict, but those activities, I think we've struck a really good balance in the Moab geographic area towards getting at a balanced management that is proactive on the vegetation side, protecting against catastrophic wildfire, protecting that important water, and not turning our backs on what's keeping Moab and Grant County alive, a good portion of Grant County alive, now and into the future with that sole source aquifer recharge. And then also providing and continuing to provide world-class recreation opportunities in a way that's responsible and proactive towards the impacts that come along with that, the effects of water to the water, the effects to wetland ecosystems that occur up there, riparian ecosystems that occur up there. Dispersed camping have an impact for sure. If you've been out along the LaSalle Loop Road, you can see how that dispersed camping pushes out from those access roads out into the landscape. We don't have to cut off that camping. We don't have to make every camping a paid campsite, but there could be ways in which we manage things like with designated dispersed camping that really reins in those numbers or places them into hardened areas where they're not creating a conflict with the water, with wildlife, with grazing, all these other things that occur up there. I think in Moab, we also deal with some of these big juxtapositions of major industries, tourism industry, and then some of the folks that have been herding cattle up on those mountains quite a bit for a lot of decades up there. We have families that have been involved in that agricultural production of that space as well. And some folks see that as being incongruent uses, but within the same space. I don't think it's so. We're bringing new innovations to those spaces, which I'm hoping are going to alleviate some of those pressures. One of those innovations is we had several ranchers in the LaSalles invest in virtual fencing systems, and we're seeing really great management of cattle, increased management, solving old problems with new solutions, not trying to solve old recurring solutions with the old solution, but find a new solution that works. And virtual fencing is one of those. And I think we were certainly the first forest in the state of Utah to employ those systems. We couldn't have done it without the state of Utah or without the ranchers. Let's not forget the ranchers' investments in all of this. Those are some of the big concerns here in Moab, are the juxtaposition of uses and being proactive towards that increased growth and of recreational activities, given that these waters and this vegetation on the west slope of the LaSalles is so important to Grand County.
Great, thank you. Anyone else have a question or comment for these folks? All right, thank you so much. Again, it was great to have you here. I appreciate the update and
Thank you.
So yeah, yes. All right.
Stop by and visit anytime.
Thanks, Michael. We are up to our department reports, and our first department report today is our Sand Flats Recreation Area Annual Report, and I'll welcome Andrea Brand, who is the Director of Operations there.
Thank you. So what do I do? Do I stick with this one or yours? Just that you decided. Oh, so.
Either slide your laptop side or my side.
Oh, okay, thank you. Where's the back? Yeah, just so this. Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, all right. Okay, sorry for that wait there. Glad to be here. All right, so. Annual report, I always like to start with a review. So Sand Flats Recreation Area is 9,000 acres, bowls, fins and domes, Navajo sandstone. Petrified sand dunes. The Slick Rock Bike Trail is a centerpiece of Sand Flats. It was marked in 1969, and it was the first designated national recreation trail in Utah. Of course, we have both motorized and non-motorized recreationists. We have over 30 miles of challenging 4x4 trails, including Hell's Revenge and Fins and Things. We also have the popular mountain bike trails like Porcupine Rim and the new Raptor Route. And we have 9 campgrounds. Our demographics of about 250,000 visitors include families and friends, both young and old, who enjoy recreating at Sand Flats. We are managed in partnership between Grand County and the Bureau of Land Management since 1995. So in 2023, we completed our 25th year of self-sustained operation. And we are a self-sustaining entity. It's an enterprise fund. All of the money we collect at the entrance station is how we operate, along with some grants at times. The Sand Flats mission is to ensure that the outstanding natural features of the area are protected from adverse impacts of recreational use, provide sustainable public recreation opportunities, provide for public safety and reduction of visitor conflicts, assure the continuation of positive economic benefits, and also maintain reasonable public access to the area. Both the BLM and Grand County aspire to utilize their combined resources and authorities to cooperatively improve conditions within the area so as to better serve the public and establish a mechanism whereby users of the area fund management, protection, and service expenditures. Sand Flats was chosen back in 2005 by at the national level as the poster child for a partnership between local entity, Grand County, and federal, the Bureau of Land Management. So as a little overview to our program, we have an entrance station that's staffed from February through November, self-pay station when we're closed, 9 trailheads, 60 miles of trails, 9 fee campgrounds, about 140 individual sites, and 6 group sites. So I had worked with the BLM to update this. So this is pretty current within the last year or two that Sand Flats recreation area's effect on the local economy is about $17 million a year between visitor spending and all of the different businesses that are involved in Sand Flats. I hadn't ever compiled this for you before, but I got this information from the BLM, and they report that 99 permitted commercial tour and shuttle companies operate at Sand Flats, and of these, 75 are local businesses. There are 13 annual BLM permitted events with thousands of participants who race on foot or bike or enjoy 4x4 events. This is an estimated 40 to 50,000 participants. There's also all those folks that come up and rent, OHVs, bikes, and then we also have all the domestic and international tourists that come up to Sand Flats to recreate. So overall, between 2019 and 2023, we have increased our revenue and visitation about 14%. And in the last year, we're showing 11%. Now, remember, things went up and down, of course, during COVID, but looking at a 5-year span, and then we're just looking at a 1 year, not even a whole year here. Or, well, a year, I'm sorry. Looking back at August 2023 to July 2023 to July 2024. So day-to-day operations, we staff the entrance station. We orient visitors to the area. We have a small staff of just 4 full-time employees and 4 to 6 seasonals in the spring and fall. And we brought back our high school apprenticeship program again.
We also maintain 9 trailheads. And we have daily front country patrols to check compliance in every one of those campsites to provide security and information. We do weekly or bi-weekly backcountry trail patrols to promote compliance and safety and assess maintenance needs. And of course, we work on those trails to protect the resource and provide direction. And we also have our trash pickup and removal, which is, as you know, a big part of our budget, and taking care of those toilets with our contractor. We have quite a few educational kiosks and signs, dozens and dozens really. Interpretive kiosks in our campgrounds. We have our full color brochure maps and our web page on Grand County website. We've also produced different videos that you're aware of over the years, including the 5 tips for an awesome Moab adventure, which was used as part of the OHV online test. And to date, over 300,000 people have viewed that video in its current form when they've taken that OHV online test. So we're reaching more than I ever imagined. We also worked with Travel Council and Finley Holiday Productions on Ephemeral Pools video, and there's been 1.2 million views of that video. So it's the most popular video that Finley Holiday has produced for the area. We also have, Sandflats also funds some of the videos that are shown on Channel 6 TV along with TRT funds. There's 8 running right now. You might remember you folks approved those contracts. And other things that go on at Sandflats, we have, let me go through my pictures here. The high school apprenticeship program's been happening since 1995. We stopped for a few years around COVID, and we transfer funds over to search and rescue every year. And we also have our volunteer opportunities for local folks to come up, work with us for 4 hours and earn an annual pass. Some of the highlights for 2024, since I came for you the end of 2023 and then up to now, the BLM came up and worked with us this winter, and they improved parking at the Eagle Eye Hawks Glide parking area, part of the Raptor Route Trail. This is showing it completed. They also came up and helped us with putting a new toilet at Falcon Flow before the spring season. And it's a metal one, as you can see, different from our other ones, but a great improvement. And they also installed bike tools and a stand that was given to us by the Bureau of Land Management. And they improved the campground roads in our campgrounds, of course, graded those roads. We also have some a proposed plan to improve the parking for the Kestrel Run trail head. And so I don't know if it's going to link to this. Let's see. If it doesn't, I have a backup. But yeah, it's not going to work. Okay. Anyway, uh-oh, now what do I do? Wait, I think I can get it back. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So I have a backup here. So this is not Hawk Campground. This is Fins and Things, but imagine gravel parking lot. It'll probably be 2 or 3 tiers. We will have a picnic area there. We will remove the 6 existing campsites and incorporate them in some other campgrounds, probably campground B or D. We have some more room in there. Add that picnic pavilion and improve the toilet that's there now, and actually have 2 toilets there. So that's the plan. So it would be a trailhead for Kestrel, and it would also be a picnic area and improved toilets for all those people in the UTVs that stop and use the toilet there in Hawk Campground. And then there's also picnicking opportunities for those folks or whoever. And then we also finished a visitor satisfaction survey for the BLM last fall, and we got the results in the last month or so, and 98% approval rating, so really high, amazing proportion of site visitors that were satisfied with the overall visitor information, facilities, management, interpretation, education, staff services, and programs. And we were just stationed at the Hell's Revenge trailhead, and that was what they wanted us to do the survey on, was Hell's Revenge and people's satisfaction with that trail and the facilities of that trail. We put in for the youth grant actually back in 2023. We did not get it, not at any fault of ours, but
there was a change at the BLM and we got it in time, but they did not process it internally in time. And the same thing happened to Maddie at Active Trails and Transportation. She did not get her grant either. So we'll apply again. Also, you might remember a few years ago, the commission wrote a letter to the BLM suggesting that or recommending that trails be closed at night to mimic our or to match our closure time, our quiet hours for our campgrounds from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So we had counters up there that tracked the time of day. So from May 20th to December 15th of 2023, the counter data showed that a total of 43,805 vehicles exited the trail during that time. Of those vehicles, only 475 exited between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. So there was an average of 2.3 vehicles per day and a maximum of 12 vehicles one day. So the BLM feels that with this available data, they do not support the closure. They sent me a letter about a month or so ago, and I asked them if they'd sent a letter to you folks, and they said they would. So I don't know if we received a letter. But anyway, that's where we are with that. If we are continuing to collect data, we also now have a counter on fins and things. So we will continue collecting that data, and if the data, we will give it to the BLM, and if it changes, then they will be open to considering it again. That's what I was told. We did receive National Recreation Trail status for Hell's Revenge. So we have 2 trails now, Slick Rock and Hell's Revenge. And some additional highlights. We have these like good and bad. Okay, so we did not get the RAISE grant. We are going to have a meeting to have a debriefing and find out why we did not get it this time. I'm sure you all remember how we did that survey over the winter and gave me approval to put in for that. We did not receive it. So I'll let you know after the debriefing, you know, what happened with that. I just wanted to do a shout out to Grand County Road Department, who continues to do a great job of maintaining the Sandflats Road despite the many challenges with weather and visitation in the spring and fall. Active Trails and Transportation completed the Lower Raptor route. Some of my staff assisted with that, and the Kestrel Run Trail was completed last fall. We did have a few meetings, stewardship committee meetings with Active Trails and Transportation about some suggested new routes below Kestrel Trail. But another thing that we decided to work on first was a proposal for the Falcon Climb, which is a non-motorized trail. And the stewardship committee went out, did a field trip, and then voted in support of this. Now it has to go through the BLM process. So usually they go to the BLM first. This time they came to us first, and now it'll go through the BLM process. So we'll see where that ends up. But what that would do is that would get all of those people that are parking at the Falcon Flow parking lot, the lower one, and riding up Sandflats Road and then going down on the trail, they would have a new trail. So they would be off the road. So that would be very nice. And then I don't know if you've noticed, but on our webpage, we have our new Introduction to Sandflats video is on there now. And it's also running on Channel 6 TV. And then we were recently in Moab Sun News, well, recently in June, with updates on happenings at Sandflats. This Friday, we have another Star Party at Sandflats, taking place at 9 o'clock at the Slick Rock parking lot. The state has partnered with us on that, and they're bringing their telescopes down. And we had a great event in July, so come join us. It's all free. And then we will have a scorpion walk in September that is in the paper with the dates for that. And we are applying for a gold standard site, Leave No Trace, with Leave No Trace. Active Trails and Transportation is helping me with that application. And we're at the end. So ready to go over.
That was great, Andrea. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on
Yeah.
last year.
Nice pace, nice pace.
Anyone have any questions for Andrea on any of the material, Trish?
I just have one question. So I think it's really great that you're data driven, right? And you're submitting that data to the BLM, for example, and requesting that night closure. As a part of that data, so you said you have this survey 98% approval. Does that survey incorporate things like how was your camping experience? Meaning, you know what I mean? Like to me, that data, that qualitative data would be relevant to the BLM, but just.
I wish they had, so the BLM made their decision to do it as Hell's Revenge. I wish they had done it for the whole recreation area.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I would have liked to have had that data, and I can send you folks that actual survey.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
will-
because I
will
do
send
think
it.
that's relevant. People really like quantitative data, but I do think qualitative data where people are speaking to, oh, my experience was uncomfortable because I was woken up 3 times, you know, so whatever it might be, or it might be all positive, you know, statements, but just,
Right.
are you guys
And
talking about?
I think I did send it to Quinn, and Quinn sent it out.
It was sent to us. Yes, we did
Yeah.
receive a copy of that.
I've already gotten thrown under the bus once today for not reading my emails appropriately. Sorry.
Oh, no, it was about a month.
It was about a month ago. Yeah, it was 3 weeks ago, I think.
I reported on this.
Trace that mentioned, is that designed to identify areas for improvement or open up access to funding, or what's the purpose of that?
Well, you know that Active Trails and Transportation, they got the leave no trace status. And so this is really coming from them. They wanted to have all of Grand County have that status. So Arches now has it. I guess Candylands is probably going for it. And they said, why don't you go for it? So that's kind of why we're doing it. Then we would be if we do it quickly, we'll be the first county in the nation to have this gold star.
Is the idea that would attract more visitors?
You would have to ask Anna and Maddie more about that, but I would say maybe, and show that we're good stewards of the area for the visitors.
Yeah, I think those things as well as others. I mean, I think Leave No Trace has become a worldwide phenomena at this point, and people really look at that as, you know, when people are looking at places to go to visit or to recreate to, then having a designation like that in that place just shows an extra level of care taken, and I think it would go a long way towards attracting certain visitors. Thank you, Andrea.
That was great, Andrea. Thank you.
All right,
Great
and we have one more department report today, and that is Bill Jackson with Roads. So Bill, welcome you forward. Thank you.
Thank you all. I kind of snuck in here midterm here, so.
No worries.
But just
We're just happy to have you.
Kind of bring you up to speed a little bit, what's going on here. We've been helping out some other departments. We've been over to Olmsted, helping remove some concrete pads and things of that nature a while back. Actually helped the city with some of their storm drain ponds up on Westwater, got cleaned out. We actually got, I'd say 3/4 of it cleaned out for the next storm, fill it full of water. So we're waiting on that, finish that up, see how that works out. So there is some collaboration going on with county and city. Try to do that when we can. Speaking of which, we have been this year up to the shooting range. Make sure law enforcement's getting in, you know, the roads washed out twice now. So we've been keeping that opened up for them. And we're doing that. And that's Moy PD, you know, SO, county SO. I think that any law enforcement, BLM, park rangers, whatever, that have to do their testings on their shooters and whatnot, they use that range. More collaboration. Of course, we've done some work this year on private ponds. That's a thin line to walk. There's certain times that I think that it has to be done because it's not going to get done. And So I've done that and I've helped a couple of HOAs out. I want to keep in mind though, I track those and the money that I get from the general fund into my budget is what gets used for those kind of activities. As well as helping other county departments that are non-road related. So I do not want to jeopardize the road fund. So keep that in mind come budget season. Keep that general fund money rolling in with the road department. It's not much, but it helps. Kind of move through this a little quicker. Cleaned out the county ponds that needed it from these storms. I'm gonna guesstimate because I really haven't sat down and figured it out, but I'd say probably 800 cubic yards of material moved out of 5 ponds. $23,000 worth of machine and manpower.
I wanted to say thank you for the roughly 80 cubic yards
Yeah.
to my own area.
So it takes a dent out of that 800. You know? And we do that. Folks will ask for some of that material, and if it's near one of our ponds, and we get a right of entry permit from them, and so the liability is not on the county at all, and it's not blocking any drainages or creating a hazard for. We'll go look at the property. We'll take them a load or how many they can logically use, and we'll try to help them out there. Which is good for the county because we've got to have a place to store it, right? It's pretty hard to truck it back uphill, take it back where it come from. There's a lot of it. Some other stuff that we see the stuff in the valley here, the flooding and whatnot, but we've been out in Book Cliffs, opening up Eastern Hay Canyon now twice, Dark Canyon, Middle Canyon, Onion Creek, we got some we haven't got to yet. Long Canyon, it's passable, but we got some work to do there. Some out in Salt Wash, and so not everything's complete, but I think everybody's getting around and getting their having access. I do want to say that we've been out on Mineral Bottom Road. It got hit pretty hard, and I've got those areas cleaned up on that. And down the switchback, some of those ditches were getting deep and the road narrow. We got those filled in and a little safer and a little better access. So we're trying to keep the economic mechanism rolling on in Grant County as well. Matter of fact, everything we do almost, helps that situation with our roads. From oil and gas to recreation to guide services to grazing, the ranchers. So strive to do that, keep doing it best we can. Like I said, not everything's cleaned up. Matter of fact, even in the valley here, we have some roads that are, the shoulders are still kind of rough looking, and we just haven't got everything, but we're aware of them and we're prioritizing. So we're working with that. We're working with the transportation district as well. This year, collaborated with some overlay projects on each segment on East Bench, a segment on Spanish Trails, San Jose Road, and segments on Mesa and Desert. I'm skipping a lot here because I got some really nice stuff to talk about, which I think I'll move on to. So as y'all know, I think the call for the projects for the Federal Lands Access Program came out on the 15th of August. Due date for applications is on November 15th, kind of a short timeline, I think. So I've created a list, kind of a short list and a long list. Projects, if y'all are interested in even putting in for this project or this application in the flat project. Of course, we put it in for Cane Creek and didn't get it. Last call for projects, and I think we need to consider that this year again, putting that project back in Cane Creek. And these aren't listed in priority for me order. I think another one we could consider is Sand Flats Road, and another one is Spanish Valley Drive. from the four-way out to the county line. Now, that's something I've got to call in right now to Braden Peters to see if that would meet the criteria. And I think of that one, it probably does, because we've done, San Juan County's doing their stuff there now with the flat money. And we done ours up on the loop road, and it does access federal lands. BLM lands out by Kens Lake could be considered as well. Those kind of things. But I think that also might kick in where, oh, and by the way, this year, there is no match money, local match money required. So that's another raise grant type of deal. No match money required. Although you can put some in certain instances, it makes sense to do it. Spanish Valley Drive might be. Because probably have more local use than you would people getting out to the federal lands use. That would have to be looked at. But Cane Creek, Sand Flats, Spanish Valley Drive, all would benefit everybody, local people, local residents, I should say, and visitors alike. So I like those projects.
Bill, do
Another,
you mind if I ask you a question real quick, Bill?
You bet.
As far as the Spanish Valley Drive aspect, I like that. How would the multi-use bike path or the multi-use path be affected by that? Would it be kind of incorporated into that, or?
Well, you can use federal money to match this particular federal flat projects.
Great, so it would
You can
benefit
use-
that
You
whole
can use
process
local
also.
money, save money, or better.
Okay, great,
So that's a possibility. Yeah.
awesome,
And I was thinking down those lines as well.
cool.
And we do have a planning project on Spanish Valley Drive through that SS4 Safe Streets for All
Yeah.
grant. And part of that planning for that grant is that corridor, Spanish Valley Drive corridor.
Right.
It all could just tie in really well. Time to tell. Yeah, so.
Thank you, Bill.
Another one, possible projects, and I don't like throwing out too many, but I'll go look at some. Castleton Road from 128 up to Castleton. Some of that flat money has been spent on that corridor from the loop road down to Castleton already. That would mainly just be kind of a Pace Hill deal and maybe some drainage improvements on upgrade culverts. Here's one that's probably way out there, but the Cisco Road from 214 exit to the 120.
Wow.
That could use some help with bridges, the road is narrow.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would qualify yet, but I'm gonna look into it. Well, you can tell me if you want me to look into it, but how it would go there. Some other ones on a kind of a long list that may not even qualify, but the Bar M access out here, Fisher Towers, Lower Onion Creek. There, that's part of the criteria for this grant is, it's got to be high use on the federal lands where it's going and revenue generator. Okay, so some of those like Bar M, Fisher Towers, they're not really a revenue generator. What they consider high use is really what we consider high use. It's different regions, right? So having said that, any comments on that? Any direction on that? I don't
So
know if
would this be a case of like going for one of those particular projects?
Yes.
Okay, so kind of narrowing it down from what you've discussed. Yeah.
What I'm wondering is if, I hate to pass this back to you, Bill. But if you just write a quick email and maybe if you wrote them all and we prioritize them, and then you'd have kind of like, okay, this is, you know what I mean?
Sure.
So then you just have kind of a vote from all of us, and you take those and do what make that decision.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Or do you want to, is that okay?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that, Bill? I hate to throw,
Yeah.
emails at you,
I'm gonna
but
incorporate our county engineer.
that'd be great.
Awesome.
I'm
Yep.
gonna talk to Dan a little bit about these.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because we can just,
Also maybe an idea about which ones might be the most viable as far as
Yeah.
getting the
Exactly.
yeah, okay.
And-
That'd be awesome.
And cost savings, maintenance. And with the Sandflats project, was there ever any scoping for coming all the way down to the stop sign, or was it just to the booth?
It was just at the booth.
Yeah. And when was that meeting with the feedback for the prize grant?
Yeah, Jennifer's set it up. She
has Okay.
And that'll be good information too.
Yeah,
Hopefully it's soon.
and all these other ones you mentioned are the improvements listed in the transportation plan, or any of these brand new?
They're not called out specifically, but they definitely, some of them were on in the previous plan, you know. And I like that plan better anyway, but that's not what I'm working on. But that's beside. So having said that, you know, the Spanish Valley Drive corridor has always been on the forefront of things, as well as Spanish Trail corridor. And, you know, so and obviously the maintenance on Cane Creek is tough. It's like this flooding and whatnot. It got wiped out pretty good twice now on the oil part of it. Portal out to Flower. So I'm just saying that I'm giving you a heads up. That section of the road's gonna need quite a little money put into it, just whether we do lap or not. You know, it's bad. So. Are we ready to?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more.
All right.
Yeah. So I was contacted by the city. As y'all are aware of the Mill Creek project, and they've moved on to this idea of a mill and fill, milling out an inch and a half of it and then replacing with new asphalt.
You're talking about the section that had the problem with the chip seal last winter. Yes, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and there's some on northeast in the city.
Right.
So we have a section of county road there, right? It's right there by LaSalle Road over to Pear Tree, right in that area there. It's amounts to about 54,672 square feet, and that's how they are figuring their costs at this mill and fill. Our portion that they're asking us to fund is, and this is just the mill and fill, is $80,914 and 56 cents. And there's some valve work to do and manhole covers and stuff, which adds, you know, up to 95,646 and 6 cents. I was gonna say I don't have a dog in the fight, but I do have a dog in the fight, but it's not a strong dog. I don't mind helping out on this project, but I'm very hesitant to recommend to pay that full cost.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it needs it. Will it help it? Yeah. Would have been a priority of mine to mill and fill that section of road? No. I would put another chip seal on it. Spent $75,000 somewhere else. That needs it. But I would, my first initial thought was just to pay the amount, because they actually priced out to do a microservice on some of that, on that road instead of a mill and fill. At I think it was 62 cents a square yard or something like that. So right around $34,000. Initially, I thought, well, I'll put that much in it. That I can see that's a good maintenance process, you know. Then I felt sorry for my colleagues in the city. Then I decided I'd go for the half of that 95,000. Basically, it'd come out to about $47,823.03. But it's not budgeted anywhere in my budget, and it's not on the pre-authorization list for projects. I can use my 35 fund, which is the capital projects fund for the roads. There's some money in there that is budgeted but not necessarily earmarked for any particular project. Any feedback, recommendations from you?
So,
I'll give
so,
you two choices, the $34,000 and the 47,000 and change.
so the chip seal's out of the question. So the 34 is for like you said, a microsurface.
Yeah, but they would still do the mill and fill.
So that's superior to a chip seal. It's a nicer surface, or it's
Yes.
a more durable surface.
Yeah, but they wouldn't do the actual microservice. This is what I'm recommending, just pay for that particular cost of doing it, but they would still have to do the mill and fill
Uh-huh.
on it,
Right.
just to match everything.
And then the other one, like you said, was half of the
Half of the mill. and
cost
fill.
of it. Did you discuss that with your
And I
colleague?
felt good about that, doing that, because, you know, it'll help the road, but
Sure.
it's not gonna be the end all.
When they did the chip seal last year, did the county contribute to that at all, or were we asked to? No, okay, they just,
No, they were just, you know, doctoring up their water project.
where they had,
and
yeah,
patched-
right, where they had,
got
yeah.
it patched.
And why do you think they switched tack and went from because they had the bad experience with the chip seal last year, or,
You want an honest answer?
of course?
Well, I think there was some citizen comments that that's what that road needs, is a mill and fill.
Yeah.
And my understanding was one citizen comment, and I guess the city.
One. He said one citizen in particular commented that section needed to be milled and filled, correct? Bill?
Correct.
Yeah.
So I heard, I didn't hear the
Sure.
comment, but that's the story I had heard.
And what did you say, Fund 34 is where you would pull
35.
35?
Yeah.
And was there anything else that you were thinking of for that this year?
Yeah, I have some projects that I have for that fund, but it's not gonna,
I'm just curious, like,
it's not gonna,
if we're picking one over the other, you know?
yeah, either one's not gonna hurt that fund.
And these funds are mostly funded from gas tax and other B road.
B road, they're B roads, yeah. And the option sales tax.
Mike?
So I take it we're gonna be still doing continued maintenance on our section of this mill and fill, or the new.
Yeah.
Is this project going to make that easier? Is it gonna make it harder? Is it gonna make it just overall, just because of
It's gonna
matching
make,
what they're
it's
doing?
gonna make us slightly smoother ride for the general public.
With the
And
light
of course, the bike lanes out.
Yeah,
They're gonna
yeah.
be full width.
I like hearing that, thanks.
Bill?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, this really is an artery road into Moab
It
from
is.
the county, is it not? I mean,
It is, for the city, it's a minor arterial, so yeah, it gets some pretty good traffic.
which is coming from
From the
county citizens into the city. And I just wonder if there isn't a opportunity here for the county to participate at a little higher level towards that by finding some money somewhere. I mean,
There is.
the artery road runs all the way into Moab and they're asking us for a little tiny section. Seems like it would benefit us to do that rather than them ask us to participate in 50% of the entire project, when really maybe even 80% of the traffic is county traffic getting into the city. So I don't know. I would think that there's room to look at this somewhere and try and find some money to.
Yeah, and
Work with
I've
the
also
city
thought
on
about maybe talking to, are you saying maybe pay the full 95 and change for the,
Seems cheap
If
to
we-
me rather than having to invest in the actual percentage of use of that road that is county traffic.
and I thought about talking to the Transportation Special Service District. They'd like to throw in the other half of that. Or if the county has some in their general fund.
Like a three-way? Like you said, with your 50,000, that's the district to match, to bring it up to the 90.
If you twist my arm real hard, I'd just fund the whole thing, but I'm not going to do it. I don't think so.
So I mean, I think Bill makes a good point, but I also want to understand the two, lower dollar cost options you were presenting, one is just to pay half of what the city's asking, but this micros, I guess maybe what
Well,
was the
I guess
other option?
if this mill and fill had never been brought up. And they say, hey, we're gonna microsurface this road, would you help pay for the county portion? I'd have said, darn right, I will.
Oh, okay, so you would fund the mill and fill at the amount the micro service
Yeah.
would have cost. It's not that they're doing both of those things. Okay, got it.
I think that would have been a good solution for that.
I mean, just to piggyback on what Bill was saying a little bit, I mean, it is true. I mean, I live near Murphy Lane, so, I drive that section of road multiple times a day. I think, most people who live out there do. So I think it's undeniable that it's an important road for county residents like me. There's been a lot of controversy about city finances recently. I think unfortunately at one public meeting, some city folks tried to say somehow it was all the county's fault that the city is raising their property tax, which is, I think, complete nonsense. We could talk about what that later, but the question was raised, I think, in the public hearings as, isn't there some kind of revenue sharing the county can do, and the city is part of the county and all that stuff. And it gets complicated because we don't fund, we don't pay for water and sewer in the county either. NISA does that, and most of our road maintenance doesn't come out of our property tax. It's the state is very generous. So I in the context of that debate, and because this is a relatively low dollar amount, I think I'm inclined to agree with Bill, at least initially, that maybe just as a goodwill gesture, we should. This is a road that's important to the county. The county has money for servicing roads. We're just paying for the county portion with this crazy squirrely boundary. I think the other side, which I'm assuming what makes you opposed to it, is the city should, if the city wants us to fund part of it, then it should have been a joint decision. They shouldn't have just presented us with a bill after they decide to do an expensive thing. And that rankles with me as well.
That's,
Is that what you were gonna say, Mike? I was just about to call on you.
I agree with Kevin and Bill on this. It's totally weird to say. I wish we were involved from the beginning, and I want to use this as a small token gesture to the city to say we need to find more stuff we can do between both city and county entities. But I love that we would be teaming up at our full dollar amount to show that we are vested in working together.
Bill?
Yeah, just for an update, which I would have mentioned later in my commission report, I already went to the Transportation Special Service District. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Meeting and requested that they participate in 50% of our portion of the Aga Boulevard line. And I think that coming from a commissioner makes a difference when you attend those boards. Now, I know we have a liaison, but and I guess what I'm saying is I'd be glad to go back. I mean, I think that they take that as a sign of respect that we're in there considering. So whether Bill does it or this Bill does it or somebody else, doesn't matter to me, but I do think it would be a legitimate ask of them and that at least they would consider it.
Okay, so now back to normal. I'll disagree with Bill.
Back to normal.
I think our policy in the past has been to get, if this Transportation Special Service District is funding something or helping the county out on something, is something we're paying out of the general fund. It's like, drainage projects are the main thing. I think, and so they've tended not to fund just straight road projects because we've got other funding sources for that. And this is the kind of thing that we can pay with for B road money. So I wouldn't look, the traffic light, I think makes sense. That's a great idea, but for roads, it's to not want to do that.
Thanks. Trish, you're shaking your head over there. What? Nothing? Okay.
More will come up in my commission member disclosure on this. I just want to let everyone know that it was asked from our auditor that the Transportation Special Service District's auditor that most requests come from or more from a bill versus a commissioner stepping in or versus the commission liaison, to not, suggest influence, from the commission's decision, on that in the district. So please, if you would ask them, feel free, but I will lean that to you.
Well, you know, and timing's everything, right? I think they're trying to get this project done, started in August, but I don't know if they will or not. But winter's coming, type of,
Winter's coming.
cold spells and everything. And so I don't, so it's 2 months now to the next, transportation district meeting. But I can talk to them then, and if they want to, they can reimburse.
Yeah.
But just direction from you, what I'm getting is, participate full amount they've asked, and let me throw that out there one more time so we are sure. Their ask is $95,646.06. And if that's what you all want to do, then we can use that 35 fund. I just got to get the head nod because, like I said, it wasn't really budgeted for, and it's not on the priority list. And it's already been out to bid. So, my understanding.
Yeah, Quinn, please.
Bill, what other projects would this potentially put on hold, or does this potentially harm any other projects at all?
Unfortunately,
I guess I would add to the proposal, just letting them know that in the future, in a similar situation in the future, we'd appreciate
Heads up.
the conversation from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're not just gonna say,
I very much agree with Kevin on that. I think that would have been the polite thing to do, especially in light of previous comments.
And,
But,
and I'm not 100% sure it's even at a staff level. Those kind of conversations maybe should start, you know, between commissioners and the council. I don't know.
Right, sure.
Although, you know, eventually they ought to get involved, but you know, I don't mind being the middleman or whatever too.
Right.
Yeah, it came, you know, in a strange way.
Thank you. Heads up.
We're good to go then?
While you're here,
Yeah.
is there a brief update on next year drainage projects, just as we're kind of like working on the priorities? Is there any similar kind of like, well, would you rather do this one or do that one? Or is it?
You know, we've been talking about that. Nothing's put in stone right now, you know, because there's just so many projects. And of course, our Dan Stanton, our county engineer is kind of taking the lead on our storm drain cuts projects. So I don't want to misspeak about that. You know, we haven't really set it anything in stone, but we have been looking at projects yet. We're hopefully we're going to get Jackson phase 2 done this year.
Nice, sounds good.
All right.
Let Dan in on it.
Thank you very much, Phil.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
That's, it was. Thanks for bringing it to us. All right, that concludes our department reports. We have no agency reports today, so we'll get on to our general reports, and we always start that with our commission member disclosures. And I'll start with Mike, because you alluded to something earlier.
Sorry, the commission member disclosure, later, we'll be talking about planning and zoning, but I am part of the ADO project. And just want to make sure that's out there.
Great, thank you. Mary?
We have some decisions to be made on Sand Flats, and I want to disclose that my son works. He's a full-time employee at Sand Flats.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything they need to disclose? Great. Okay, we'll move on to general commission reports and future considerations. Change it up a little bit and put Mike back on the spot to start us out. Are you ready for us, Mike?
Yeah, I showed up an hour early, we're okay.
Perfect.
Grand County Transportation Special Service District meeting, we spoke with an auditor. Following recommendations came from that auditor on filling some board member spots that we've been lacking for a while in that special service district. We will be setting a hardline procurement policy and a policy standards handbook. Those recommendations came from the auditor also. Along with, did attend with Bill, listened to, Bill spoke at the meeting, but, the interest was there to put towards, half of Grand County's portion of the 50,000 being looked at from the transportation from the special service district. But Bill will speak to that more, I'm guessing also. In that same meeting, talked on Spanish Valley Pathway funding asks, which are looking positive, along with the grant for the Holyoke curb and gutter and sidewalk, looking on doing curb gutter sidewalk down the length with special service district funding. We had an OSTA meeting. The roof was completely redone. It actually leaked the first storm, but they went back up the night of the first storm and repaired a couple more little spots that so far in future storms it's completely watertight for once, which hasn't happened yet. So Angie will be speaking a little more on budget later. Some of the conversation went there. Again, Fair Board is on the agenda today, so don't need to speak about that. Big call out to Angie and staff and to our new locals night attraction that has been attracting, as we're reported, over 100 people per time. We've been doing line dancing on Wednesday nights over at OSTA, and the turnout has been exceptional. August 15th, I did a CJCC chairs meeting. Exciting news. Not that Evan had already departed and I came in, but just reported to us that funding availabilities from the state are now going to be happening to the CJCC. A lot of different abilities in that. A little too much to go over here, but I will be reporting on that in the future. And an intro to the UHPP, which is the Utah Health Policy Project. That team tries to help exiting corrections, people in corrections, to get and have health insurance during their transfer out of corrections and into society or reintroduction there. So, and Thursday I have a CDHU meeting, so coming up another one. Got quite a busy time. First quarter.
How you feel? Evan,
Oh, we are jumping on.
jumping around. Yeah.
Just random.
Introduce a little bit of randomness to our meeting.
Sure, yeah. I met with the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. There are some folks whose terms are coming up at the end of the year. And so there'll be some vacancies on that board. So they're beginning to schedule some interviews at some upcoming meetings. And so if you know any community members that have skills around budgeting, are familiar with kind of the healthcare world, some long range visioning, those are kind of a few different wheelhouses that Venn diagram where those all meet is be an ideal candidate. It's a pretty easy board, but like I said, those interviews will be happening at our October meeting, I believe. Cemetery district, they're high functioning. It was just kind of usual business, getting the bills paid, keeping the lights on, sort of stuff. And with EMS, it was just a separate. It wasn't a full board meeting, so not much to report on there. And that is all I've got.
Thanks, Evan. Trish.
I had a planning commission meeting, but I think most of what we discussed, talked about will be covered this evening later on. I had a conservation district meeting and Arnie wrote a grant for $200,000 and got it. And so these monies will be used for collaborative funding to continue not only to fund his position, but also larger project planning, mostly with the Moab Area Watershed Partnership. I went to, I guess it was probably the first meeting, the flagship meeting of the LGBTAQI coalition, where they're attempting to just put together a coalition that will be working with Moab Pride. And lastly, I went to a UAC Natural Resources Committee meeting this morning, and actually then a statement was made later on this morning by the governor. So I'm just going to read just the opening kind of paragraph that came out of the Utah Senate about 5 hours ago. So today, after decades of legal analysis, Utah filed a landmark public lands lawsuit against the U.S. Supreme Court to address whether the federal government can simply hold unappropriated lands within the state indefinitely. These unappropriated lands in question is approximately 18.5 million acres in Utah, controlled by the Bureau of Land Management under the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, also known as FLPMA. This lawsuit will not impact the millions of appropriated acres already designated as national park, national monuments, wilderness areas, national forests, tribal lands, and or military properties. So I just wanted to pass that along to you. That's it for me.
All right, thank you, Trish. Bill?
Let's see, I attended a Trail to Tomorrow meeting back on the 8th, and we'll be updated more on that tomorrow. There were several of us there. Let's see, the Motorized Trail Committee that I attended had quite a bit of information in it. The biggest one, I think, was from Carrie at the BLM, that the e-bike trails are being reviewed and updated throughout the county and the area that people use here. They were also updated by Sprout at the active trails as well. Let's see, I was also part of the Highway 128 meeting where they are going through making recommendations on changes that need to be done from the River Bridge to the Dewey Bridge. And those are all to improve safety as number one, enhance accessibility. And the third one is to increase user comfort and reliability out there. So there's some real danger areas, and that's kind of what they're concentrating on at this point. Let's see. I've been involved in multiple meetings at the shop and Mary and Trish in different stages as far as the admin hiring position. We also had a budget advisory board meeting where a citizen was nominated to participate in there, as well as a department head, and those appointments will be made later today, or at least voted on, right? Yes. And then I was part of the Eastern Region Outdoor Rec meeting. They're the ones that financed or gave a grant towards the bike path that extended on to grant staff there on the River Road, and then they also are participating in the bike path that will extend out to Raptor. Yeah. That one. Let's see, I've had a solar discussion. I don't know why I thought that meeting was actually in Steve's office, and it was a Zoom meeting, so I participated on Zoom from Steve's office with him in that, and that was regarding the solar that from Neighborhood Power, and I did send out an email to everybody earlier today about some updates and some things that are still going on around that solar project, and we'll discuss that also further here. I attended a policy steering committee for UAC, the community development. There's a lot going on that's coming up in the legislature this coming year, and a lot of it is around LUDMA and the regulations that we have on different things, and the state is trying to come up with parking standards across the state that would be, I don't know what I'm looking for here. They would be common throughout every county. So the state's trying to make some changes in codes throughout the state that would ease the parking situation for developers. The other one is, they're
Parking,
trying
you
to
mean like,
implement
you mean how many parking spaces would be needed for a certain
for development.
right, okay,
Right.
gotcha.
And they have other things they're working on, surety bonds, bonding for the development, for the infrastructure needs. Another one was when there are identical plans that are resubmitted, that those are moved through in a quicker time frame. Don't need to have all of the same reviews done to them. But that's all coming in this coming year's legislature, so I think that was the last meeting I was in attendance of it. I was shocked out at the
Business
business
summit.
summit this morning and had to leave early for that, but it seemed to be, well, there was standing. room.
Yeah.
Packed, yes, people standing around, so it was well attended for sure.
Great, Mary.
Yes, I wanted to address the flooding mitigation. I did visit down at Helena's, and the situation on Center Street is, it's tragic. It's very bad, and I think the best way that the county could do to help is what we put as our priority list a couple of weeks ago at our last meeting, is if we can prevent the flooding from hitting the city, that's our greatest gift, greatest way we could help the city. And putting that as priority and working on a way to start dealing with the excessive flooding we're having from Pack Creek and Bell Creek. Because, it's really hurting a lot of people. So, and then on the 13th, I attended an Economic Opportunity Advisory Board meeting, and most of those items will be discussed later on in the meeting, so I won't go into what we talked about. But I wanted to mention, because of the news in the paper about how the county has not helped the city, the Economic Opportunity Board asked the city to participate more closely with the Economic Opportunity Development Board so that we could apply for grants that would directly help the city with urban updates for many things. And it pretty much fell on flat ears. They did not participate. Michael Black has attended a few meetings, but we have really reached out, that board has really reached out to the city to offer assistance. And then I also attended a Travel Council Advisory Board meeting. We discussed bylaws. We discussed looking at the Recreation Responsibly Proclamation. Quinn and Matt did an incredible presentation on how RFPs are decided and how they came up with the decision to hire Simple View for the redoing of Discover Moab. They did an excellent job, and also demonstrated how hard our county works and how they take those jobs very seriously. I think we had a real productive discussion on how the Travel Council Advisory Board and the Commission can turn a new page and move forward in a more positive way with each other. So I felt like that was really a good meeting. On the 14th, I attended the homeless meeting. There's wait lists at the Virginia Apartments, 32 people for 2 bedrooms, 6 people for the 1 bedroom, 36 too for the 6. There are still no housing vouchers until 2025, and currently there's a wait list of 50 people. They're homeless right now. There are 32 people literally homeless in Grand County, 3 intimate at risk, 2 are veterans, 12, they're homeless because of disability barriers are 12, substance abuse barriers 4, mental illness barriers, and domestic violence is a high reason for people ending up being homeless in our community, which is really sad. I attended the Canyon Country Partnership meeting. After our roundtable, we visited a mural, a book flip mural in Price. If you go, you know, if you happen to be driving by Price, it's quite amazing. It's the largest mural in Utah. And it starts with, you know, the history of that area from the people European and people coming here all the way up to present day. So ending with the university that they have in there. It's impressive. I highly recommend it. You know, it's on excuse me, it's on 50th South 100 West. So it's just off Center Street or Main Street. So it's a real short and it's quite impressive. Visitations has been up at Arches, Canyonlands and Dead Horse Point. The ribbon cutting for the Utah Raptor State Park will be in March, but they should be opening and up and running in November, December.
That's the visitor center.
And everything should be, yeah. So that's that, but they're gonna wait until the weather improves to do the ribbon cutting. And they're going to invite a lot of the ancestors and the people who were at the intern camp. So that's really exciting. There's been a lot of concern. None has happened, but there's been a concern about the number of electrical storms. And that tends to be one of the biggest hazards in our parks in this area. Is so many people get struck by lightning. And so they've been trying to do a lot of education and on that. And Carbon County is really working very hard to attract tourists. It's a huge meeting. I tried to think of some of the highlights, and rest of the stuff that will be discussed has already been mentioned or will be discussed in the meeting later.
Thanks, Mary. Kevin?
As Mary just said, I think all the meetings I've attended will be discussed in other parts of the meeting or have already been discussed, so nothing.
Thank you. All right. And I did, like Bill, I attended the Trail to Tomorrow Steering Committee meeting, which will be updated on much more. We'll be totally run through that plan tomorrow, but it was nice of them to meet with us to give us a chance to make some final comments and whatnot before that unveiling. I also attended a responsible rec committee meeting. One of the highlights there is that 100,000 interactions, they've passed the 100,000 interaction mark. So that means the trail ambassadors have reached out to well over, at this point, 100,000 people and had meaningful conversations with them. The motorized trail ambassador program is going really well. They've got the vehicles now. They've got like a spill kit that they can give away to help initiate discussions with motorized folk out on the trail when they're driving the UTVs. So that's a cool next step in that. And an events and business coordinator, Joy, has been hired. Also attended a trail mix meeting. As Andrea said earlier, we discussed the Falcon Flow climbing trail. So that is due to be voted on at the next trail mix meeting. That would be a 3.6 mile trail on the north side of the highway that would be an uphill only trail. So people would get off the road because there's so many people who do park at the bottom Falcon Flow trailhead, ride up the road, including myself a couple times a week usually, and do that trail. So that I think that would be a welcome addition to the Raptor Out trail system. I also, like Bill, Carrie from the BLM updated us on the BLM e-bike kind of initiative and what they're doing there. Just to elaborate a little bit, is they're going to take public comment about e-bikes from September 3rd until November 4th, and as usual, specific comments on trail and trail systems, and you know, concerning e-bikes, what people think. As far as that goes a lot longer than a lot further than just general comments about e-bikes. TSSD meeting the next day. Main topic was the SCADA metering system, which was paid for by the CIB grant that TSSD received. That's going well. Most of the meters have been procured at this point, and Ryan Bell, the water operator out there, is in the process of installing those. We also had a discussion about the engineering study for the well out there that we funded as a commission to help Thompson out. It's moving along. There's discussions with the engineering firms at this point, and hopefully that'll roll soon as well. 15th, I attended the LEPC meeting, Cora's emergency group for county leaders, and that training was put on by the Red Cross, and it was for establishing shelters during emergencies, and that was definitely an interesting meeting. And kudos to Cora for continuing to provide us with those. Almost every other month we have a meeting concerning ways in which we can help participate when there are emergencies. The next day, the Museum of Moab and the Historical Preservation Committee hosted the Utah History Museum, which is being built up at the Capitol in the new building up there. It should come online in 2025. So the museum director from that came down. He's kind of visiting rural communities in Utah to talk about that museum, and he gave us kind of a preview of what the museum will have, and it looks really cool. So next year at the Capitol, if you guys are up there, that'll be another interesting thing to participate in. A lot of Utah history. And then I just wanted to point out, give a shout out to Ben and his team. Who Sky's no longer with us, unfortunately, but Mark Stevenette and Aaron Evans from Love worked on the cooperative advertising grant, and they received almost the full ask there. The county got $212,500 of that grant. Also in Grand County, the Moab Music Festival got $22,500, and the Museum of Moab got a little over $10,000, which brings the total up to about $245,000 out of a potential $250,000. So almost the whole ask. Quinn also attended the meeting in person and was super helpful in us getting that grant. So, and it's also a very competitive grant statewide. So good job, folks. Thanks. And looking forward to seeing how we spend that money. That's it for me. So we will move on to other electeds. I will start with you, Gabe. Anything from the clerk's office?
Real quick, let's see, there was an election security workshop held here in the Grand Center for area counties. So just kind of a regional event that was hosted here, put on by the Lieutenant Governor's Office and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. We're really getting down to brass tacks and talking about preparedness and scenario planning for anything that might occur this November for the general election. Furthermore, I went on my own tour of our vendor facilities, both our equipment and software provider. That's ES&S. They're located in Omaha, Nebraska. They're the largest such vendor in the country. 48% of registered voters in the entire country are serviced by that vendor. So I got a 2.5-hour tour of that facility. And I also visited our print vendor in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So y'all should look forward to some interesting press that I'll report on that'll be available to the public and everywhere. The Lieutenant Governor's office completed their voter registration audit for the second quarter, and I don't think I've ever reported on this, but they've been doing this for every quarter, and they randomly review registrations that have been submitted to our office. And just make sure that we're compiling and entering all the right information and just making sure that the integrity of our voter registration database is sound. And we have zero findings in the last quarter. And that's kind of the expectation that the very strong work by Dana Van Horn has sort of set. And so kudos to her. And yeah, I've just been working closely on the budget process. It feels like I'm really front loading the process right now and just really pretty busy on that among all the other items. But I think I'm really excited just moving forward. And to that effect, I'm just going to invite Stephen to come up and just speak for a couple minutes and just kind of keep the conversation going with you all on the projects that he's working on related to the budget and otherwise.
Yeah, you'll remember 2 weeks ago, we met to do budget priorities.
Of course.
And I'm sorry.
Of course I said yes.
Okay, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Stephen Mouse, Finance Officer, in case I haven't met you all. But one of the key takeaways from that meeting was this facilities needs assessment and office optimization plan.
So I just wanted to give you an update on that because there's a lot of interest and a lot of input from a lot of stakeholders around. So we want to treat this like a project. So, so we want to describe, in fact, we're collaborating with the administrator, Quinn and Alicia, Gabe and I, and a lot of people are interested in this. So here's a recommendation of a path forward. We'd like to organize a committee, and you guys can tell me if you like this, but 2 commissioners, 3+ department heads, like Dan Stenta, Bill Holsey, Sean Force, Gabe, Quinn, myself. And so to have this committee for this needs assessment, the first order of business is to create a work plan. I think we really could dig in with the work plan, like define our define the deliverables and milestones so we can kind of make put a timeline around this thing. And some of the key tasks in this work plan would be: 1, dust off all the material that's been created in the past. There's a lot of great stuff. When has forwarded some reports, one back from 2019, which will be interesting because this report in 2019 about needs assessment forecasted through 2024. So it'd be nice to see how close those forecasts came out. But anyway, the first step is pull out all this good material, then go do one-on-one with the department heads or through surveys to kind of refresh all of these requirements or the facility needs assessments, and then develop what I'm going to call a current baseline. Just a picture of what our current facilities look like, what are the requirements for all the departments or facilities, define those gaps or which problems to be solved, and then come back and present this rough draft of a needs assessment. So I think understanding why we need to take action would be important. Then we could define some solutions and describe some options on the what or the how. So I guess this is just an update to try to give everybody's opinion that this is a notable or a worthy activity, and I'd like to volunteer to be kind of like the project manager, not necessarily a chair, but a project manager to put a work plan together, put some people together, and just start working on this.
Yes, I think the idea is really a good idea. I would recommend we do it after budget season. Just because I think many people are going to, especially Gabe, is going to be pretty tied up with that. And I don't know. That's just my recommendation. I like the idea. I'm just wondering if it would be the priority to start in 2025 rather than right away.
When you proposed this, Steve, were you thinking about doing it to inform our budgeting season this year, or were you looking at more long term?
It's definitely in a long term. Even we don't have a work plan or a timeline.
Yeah.
But this is a month's long. Okay?
Got it. Okay.
So I hear what you're saying, Mary, but maybe even just chipping away at just reviewing all of the old material without putting a burden on anyone. But I appreciate your input and I'll consider that. But it's a month long.
Sure.
Activity.
Okay. Steven?
Yeah, and we had this discussion in leadership and a leadership meeting, and Mr. Bowles was really excited and brought it up, and all the department heads said, yep, we've tried to push it off the ground and it continues to not go anywhere. And so I suggested perhaps getting commissioners involved. And we know there's never an opportune time to get this started, but the goal would be get some commissioners, have some public accountability, get some push behind it, so that even with, an election cycle, even with all the changes and things, we can have it start moving, because we keep having this idea that we need a new building, and staff isn't going to be able to do this all the way through. And if we don't have a commissioner there or multiple commissioners there, it'll come to the commission, and then the commission will say, this is a very foreign concept. Why don't we know more about this? And so the hope would be commissioners say, yeah, I want to be on this. It's going to be a large undertaking of time. But without commissioner involvement, my fear is whatever entity that staff creates, it might not be the child that the commission loves. And so there's going to be a lot of time, effort, money trying to be put into this, working with engineers and architects and everyone else. And without some commissioner backing, I just don't know that it would be carried to fruition as quickly as it should be.
Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate it. Mike?
Pat, toss it in.
Go, Mike.
Got one. Got any other volunteers?
I'd like to work on.
Okay. There's two
There you
commissioners.
go.
Yeah. I think it's great. I think two's a great number.
Two, it's a
Yeah,
great
appreciate
number.
you guys stepping forward for that. So, so as far as timeline goes, like,
Well, I think one of the first things to do is organize the people, kind of establish our own little rules of operation, and then build a work plan and a timeline. So I would suggest we don't wait to start something. We start with the work plan and timeline and build a list of activities that we can just hold ourselves accountable to.
Okay.
So the first meeting, I'd schedule a meeting where we just organize ourselves and build a little timeline.
Yeah, we can kind of continue the communication on this offline, but I'm glad we have a core here. Yeah.
great. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, Stephen.
Okay.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right. Did you have anything else after that, Gabe? Or? All right. I'll turn it over to Stephen then.
So have attended a few meetings. One is a meeting with P and Z to kind of help come into compliance with SB 174. It deals with subdivisions. There's some minor changes that we need to add by the end of this year. UAC has provided an attorney, Kirk Colmore, to assist on that. Comes free of cost for the county. So that's been helpful. We've started those discussions. He's going to draft up the recommended information, bring it to the commission. The commission can check it out. Next, I attended a meeting with Cody Dieter and Dan Stenta regarding the impact fee study that needs to be completed to adjust or to confirm that the impact fees are correct, marketable, and a fair amount to be charged. So I didn't understand the full breadth of the contract. There's going to be a proposal that's going to be given to the commission here in a few, I think probably the next meeting. And I wanted to know a bit more. Yep, this next meeting. Okay, yep. Next meeting so that I can be educated and inform you folks about it. Went to a domestic violence stakeholder meeting with the Justice Court. Those are very helpful. They kind of try to keep public defenders, prosecution, law enforcement on the same page on what we're doing to help address the domestic violence issue that we have. Attended SWAPLAC, which is the statewide association of prosecutors. It's a really exciting time. We talked about general provisions and adjustments in the code for criminal prosecution. It's really entertaining stuff, but like everything else up at the Hill, there'll be adjustments every once in a while the defense pushes. And so we looked at mandatory arrests regarding domestic violence and breaking items. For example, that it creates a mandatory arrest, but there may be circumstances where people argue and break a plate that you don't necessarily need to adjust people. From my stance, I'm a little bit more concerned because we've had a very notable case that occurred with law enforcement here that people thought somebody should have been taken into custody, which would be the Gabby Petito case. So I pitched that maybe I wouldn't particularly support that. I had a few different meetings regarding the neighborhood energy. We'll talk about that later tonight. I attended the P&Z meeting. At the last P&Z meeting, we had Aaron told us about secret votes, their secret ballots that we had. I followed up on that. I went to the meeting, the P&Z meeting. They adjusted the minutes to make sure they captured everything within compliance. But that was fixed and it won't happen again. A huge shout out to Miss Layton, who saved all the votes, because we need to attach votes to people and people to votes so that one person, you can't secret vote like the commission, for example, can't do sealed ballots and the jock just tells us who won everything. Doesn't work like that. So, and I know this commission's been particularly sensitive about OPMA things, so I want to make sure to follow up with that. And if any commissioners have questions on that, please do not hesitate to reach out. That's everything that I have.
Thanks, Stephen. It's 6:05, so we're to our second Citizens to be Heard session here today. So same rules as ever. With just raise your hand if you're in the crowd, and we'll let you come forward and make a statement. Just come forward, introduce yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Yes, in the back.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Helena Rohr. I've never been to one of these meetings, and tonight I felt actually that there's hope. Because over the last few weeks, I'm realizing how much discrepancy there is between getting things done when it comes to having to make a joint decision between the city and the county. One of the reasons why I got involved is that I'm one of the residents down on West Center Street. And it is an emergency for a few people down there. Every time it rains, I envy the people that think it's the opportunity to take a paddleboard out and go down Main Street. I don't know if you've ever seen a raging river just go super, super close to your property and then flood everything. But I'm pretty much traumatized by those events. So I've reached out to the city, and everything that I hear is that we have a massive, massive drainage issue down in the city. West Center Street pretty much has become a runoff. And I don't know, for the people that go camping, I think we all know that no one would necessarily set up a tent in a runoff when they plan to stay a couple of nights. Unfortunately, I can't pick up my property and take it out of the runoff. But what I would like to ask you is, in the meantime, while the county and the city are trying to figure out the larger issue of providing storm drainage and any kind of rediverting, is to potentially reflect that in the assessed values down on West Center Street in that neighborhood. It's not as dire as the lowlands, you know, when Katrina hit in New Orleans, but there is definitely a low point. And as much as we are right next to Williams Way, we are 2 feet below Williams Way. We have become, even just like the second storm, the hailstorm, even that produced a massive water runoff that went through West Center Street. And we were just at the point where we thought it's not going to happen again, and we had started cleaning up again after 2022 hit us. And now it's just become very, very apparent that the flood zone down there, we are a drainage. West Center Street is a runoff. And like I said, it's a major project, and it's very difficult for you to do anything immediately. But I think the assessor has not necessarily, the first time I met with him was a few years ago. He was unaware that we were even a flood zone back there. And that was before 2022 and the following floods that we had. And again, nothing has been reflected, and that is potentially something where we need the help with, to have extra funds that we can do the cleanup ourselves, because so far no one has come. Bill was talking about the streets and how they've been managing to clean things up from the flood. They have large equipment, we don't down there. Now we deal now with a fire hazard because we have all the debris down in the back and all of that. It's not an emergency for the majority of the county nor for the city, but there are a few residents down there that could really, really need your help. And if it's just addressing your assessor, to please take that into consideration of the property values down there, because that does make a huge difference. And until we've actually sold a tent that's in a runoff, it is completely arbitrarily to put a number next to something. My business is affected, everything. So that's just what I wanted to share with you guys tonight. But I'm very happy that I heard that there's that there was a decision made tonight that actually looks as if the county and the city are interested in working together. So I'm grateful for that.
Thank you, Elena. Anyone else here in the chambers who would like to come forward and make comment? Public comment? Anyone online for public comment? See anybody? Public comment, are you here? Please come forward. Yes.
This is pertaining to Moab Heat and Cooled. Here I am again. I should be getting frequent flyer miles.
Oh, what's your name? I'm sorry.
Shirley French.
Okay, Shirley, thank you.
I understand that tonight you will be looking over their application for the neighborhood commercial zoning.
Right.
And when I pulled up what neighborhood commercial district is. It states right here in the land use code, the NC neighborhood commercial district is designed to accommodate neighborhood retail uses serving the immediate surrounding residential neighborhood. Neighborhood retail uses provide daily and frequently bought items. In addition to the use and lot design standards of this section, development in the neighborhood commercial district shall be in compliance with all other applicable provisions of this LUC. Having said that, being an astute observer of what's going on with Moab Heat and Cool along my property line, they do not fit in a neighborhood commercial. To me, a neighborhood commercial, the way that is written, is something like a little convenience store, a coffee shop, something along those lines that serves the immediate neighborhood. They are a big industrial commercial deal. Even in their very own application, and I'm quoting what Jared Shumway said, the zoning that we are requesting is neighborhood commercial. The zone change will comply with Canada Use Code by allowing retail sales and service. They do not do retail services or sales. Yet protect our neighbors from general business classification. The only stipulation he goes into the upper story residential. The zone change would allow us to expand our service regarding HVAC service and also expand our plumbing service. Moab Heat and Cool has been providing services to the Moab area for 19 years, serving over 3,000 customers. Now, they've only been operating out of that building since about 2021. And that's when I first started complaining about this. Our daily operations consist of building sheet metal ductwork for us and 2 other HVAC companies in the area. We have a warehouse where we store equipment and materials used in our day-to-day operations. We have an office trailer for administrative purposes and customer service. And I won't go through the whole thing, but he states he wants to expand their business. When I look through the zoning codes, they are a light industrial. They are not a neighborhood commercial. And they don't belong where they are. And on top of that, they have been operating illegally up there for almost 4 years. I have been begging for some action for 4 years. Now, does that mean if I start an illegal business out of my house, I can do that for 4 years before anybody says anything to me? I mean, come on. I read in the Utah state statutes that operating without a business license is a Class B misdemeanor. I know that Randy Martin does not have a business license for all that warehousing and HVAC businesses going on up there. And he hasn't had for years. Why has nothing been done? I've been before this commission. This is the 2nd or 3rd time now. And I just I'm at my wit's end. Why can't we get anything done about this? They're disturbing me, my neighbors. They urinate in front of me when I'm in my back lot. They're still trespassing on my property. They're still stirring up dust. They have 45-foot semis driving up that driveway, which is nothing more than a little strip. And then those semis have to back all the way down to Spanish Valley Drive. That's got to be some liability somewhere. If those guys are backing down that drive and can't see a thing, and they have nowhere else to go because of the topography of the land, and until they started backing down there, they were using the back of my property to turn around. They caused all kinds of ruts and problems on the back of my property, which my property line, matter of fact, they were using part of my property for the driveway. And it seems that every time all they do is turn around and ask for another zoning change. They're gaming the system.
Thank you, Shirley. We do have the public hearing for this is later, and there's a comment period for the public hearing. But I think, like we've done in the past, I think we'd use your comments right now as part of that public hearing comment period as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else here who's heard to be heard, or who is here to make a citizen comment at this time? Anyone online? Looks like we still don't have anybody online. Okay, we were at elected official reports. Do you guys know, was Jameson going to make a report today? Okay. All right, then we are on to our commission administrator report. Quinn, do you have anything to report on right now?
I don't think I have anything that you guys haven't already talked about. I will say that in the background, Commissioner Winfield and Alicia have been working toward the Thompson replat, and that's moving along. I think we'll have that hopefully on the next agenda.
That's great.
So other than that, no, I'm good.
Okay, thanks, Quinn. All right, we are now to our general business action items, and we are at action item number 1, fee change to group campsites at Sand Flats Recreation Area, also known as SFRA. And I'll bring back Andrea Brand, our Director of Operations, up there.
Okay, so you might remember last year in August, I implemented changes to our fees after a lengthy year-long business plan and approval from the Bureau of Land Management. And this was one of the fees that was part of the business plan. And in the business plan, it said that we would implement this particular fee change in 2025. And the reason I'm coming to you now is because people make reservations for these group campsites online on recreation.gov up to 6 months ahead. And so I wanted to get it in place before they can start making reservations for the spring season. And going back and looking at this, I didn't realize that we've actually been a lot less than the BLM since 2017 for these particular group campsites. Yeah. And I think the reason that happened is because we had just changed the fee in 2016. And then they changed the fee in 2017. We're like, oh, we're not going to go through that again. And then COVID hit and everything, and we finally did it last year. So anyway, I'm proposing that you folks, so this chart that's on the bottom of the page that was in your packet is showing the fees, the range of fees that were approved as part of the business plan when I went through the BLM process. And so I will be coming to you, over the years as we want to feel that we should implement these as money is needed. And also to be in line with BLM, other charges with the BLM. So this is to raise the group campsites, the 6 of them that we have, from $60 to $80.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
So I had a question about the wording of the motion. What it says is just bring it in line with BLM. Shouldn't we just say $80 or $5 a person in the motion?
Yeah.
Would that be clear?
Sorry.
Okay,
Good.
so
So we want it at that amount or up to an amount?
No, we
She does.
wanted it at 80.
so
It
80 is the
can-
minimum.
It
and
can go
could be
up to
larger.
100 is approved, but we just want to go to 80 right now and we'll be in line with the BLMs at 80.
And just to make sure I understand the motion, if you've just got two people in a group, it's still $80. That's the minimum, but it could be larger
You
if
can
it's
have
more
up
than
to
16.
Yeah, you can have it to 16. Some places will make there be a certain, we don't have a minimum. Some places will say you can't be in this site if you don't have this many people. We don't have a minimum, so sometimes it is just two.
But I mean, we do have a minimum dollar amount, and that's $80.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Kevin. So I move to approve an increase in the group campsite fee at the Sand Flats Recreation Area to $80 a night for group campsites for up to 16 people, or $5 per person per night, whichever is larger. This will bring them in line with the BLM group campsites that share other similar amenities, and is in complies with the Sand Flats Recreation Area Business Plan approved in June 2023. Plan calls, I guess, sorry, there's a lot of background information in the motion.
I'm sorry, I didn't write that recommendation better.
I'm gonna start over again. I moved to approve an increase of in the group campsite fee for the Sand Flats Recreation Area from $60 to $80 a night for up to 16 people, or $5 per person per night.
Great, thanks.
I'll second that.
All right, motion on the table for Commissioner Walker, second Commissioner Hedin. Any further discussion on this one? Seems pretty reasonable to me. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. Item 2, purchase of traffic calming signs counters for the Sand Flats Road and Sand Flats Recreation Area. This one is back to Andrea.
Yes, so you can see in the background that I've been looking at the ones that the road department has been using in the valley, and that was the direction we were gonna go. But then in our research, well, first of all, since we've thought about this for a while, but since we didn't get the RAISE grant, and who knows when we will and when we can do something about the road, it seemed like a good idea to get some calming signs up there. There are also counters, so they will be counting. And they will record how many people are going over the speed limit, doing the speed limit, going under the speed limit. So there's all that great data that will be being gathered. And also they should help with calming traffic. And we would like to put one, we can move them around, but we're looking at one kind of in a lower section, a little bit past the Fins and Things parking lot where people tend to go faster, and then another one up higher in that big straightaway past the Pump and Float parking ways up from that. So anyway, we were gonna get the same as the road department has, but then for the research, we found some that are more vandalism resistant. They won't, they'll stop like a 22.
That's what I
caliber
was gonna
bullet,
say.
which is what our signs get shut up with, so.
Are they bulletproof?
Yeah, they're supposed to be a little bulletproof. I mean, I watched the videos and talked to the manufacturer, and anyway, they seem to be a little tougher. They're in a steel, encased in steel, and if we want to upgrade the guts in a few years, it'll be like a third the cost of a new one. They'll use the same steel casing.
So would anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion. I move to approve the purchase of 2 traffic calming / counter signs from Radar Sign for use on the Sand Flats Road to calm traffic, count vehicles, and track how many vehicles travel over the speed limit.
Okay, motion by Hedin, seconded by Winfield. Any further discussion?
I like the traffic calming. That's such a nice way to say it.
I didn't.
Yes, Steve.
And they also have cameras,
Okay, it's good.
so don't speed.
All in favor? Okay, and so that passes 6-0 with Commissioner Hadler absent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Time for the next one. Item 2 just passed. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to agenda item number 3, service agreement for jail phone and visitation services. And I'd welcome Shan Hackwell, who's our jail commander from the Grand County Sheriff's Office. Welcome, Shan.
Hello. So yeah, our current agreement with the phone company that provides phone services and visiting services for the incarcerated folks in our facility is coming to an end. It's the 7-year contract at the end of this year. I decided to reach out to other services, a company that we have been with for a very long time. We've been having problems with them. So I just finished the terms and we sought out other companies. I did give them the opportunity to put in another RFP or whatever. They said they were going to, and never got me. Reached out to them. And then we sat down and reviewed with the sheriff and we decided to go with NCIC. Questions?
All right, did you have something, Steven?
Just 3 comments. The rates are cheaper than the current contract too.
Yeah, so, well,
per minute.
So per state code was federal, state moved to the maximum phone company can charge for these services is 21 cents a minute. So Securus with that moved the company to 21 cents a minute.
Great, never a bad thing. Kevin?
So when I was looking into this, apparently the FCC voted to lower that 21 cents to 12 cents a minute effective April 1st of next year. So I guess. Okay, so but this agreement can adjust to that.
Yeah, so if the FCC state rules, they're required to adjust the rates.
And it is an important service, and I think we're happy picking a different provider as well, because since the jail remodel, we don't have face-to-face visits, and it's really critical that people get the ability to be able to call family members and everything else, even though their status is incarcerated.
Right. That's one of the reasons why I decided to go with a different company, is just because we couldn't get, they were having a hard time finding maintenance people to come down to fix the systems. We had multiple times where video visiting was out for time, and so we'd have problems with phones to where we were escorting the inmates back to working to where they could use our county phones. Reach out. It's been a hard years. I decided to just finish the contract.
Great, thanks, Shan. Mike?
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the service agreement with NCIC Inmate Communications for the jail phone and visitation services.
All right, second from Bill. So I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McCurdy, a second from Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion or questions for Shan? All right, call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. Thanks, Shan.
Thanks, Shan.
Hope that works well for you. Number 4, Moab Area Community Land Trust, known as the CALT Interim Report. And this one is getting presented by Forrest Rogers, who's the chair of our Economic Opportunity Advisory Board. And Forrest joins us on Zoom today. Welcome, Forrest.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Forrest Rogers, Moab Museum Director, and as the chair said, the chair of the Economic Opportunity Advisory Board. We have 4 items on the agenda for your action tonight. We have 2 different types of projects or requests, and we have 2 different in each of those 2 types. I'd like to take the first 2 together, recognizing that you'll need to have separate motions for each. The first 2 items, the Moab Area Community Land Trust Interim Report and the 2024 Rural County Grant Final Report for the Moab Community Child Care, are both required for continued funding in the Rural Communities Opportunity Grant and for submission for a following Rural County grant. You all know about Arroyo Crossing and the success that the Community Land Trust has had in securing funding for the pre-development work. The report that's included in your packet summarizes the accomplishments and identifies the ending of the project in June of 2025 when they've completed spending down all the pre-development funds to their local partners. The Rural County Grant from Moab Community Childcare identifies all the work that Rob and the team at MCC have been doing to increase the capacity for childcare of our working families. And I will say no more, answer any questions, and then allow the motions on each of those.
Thank you, Forrest. Any questions for Forrest on either of these two items? And I'd entertain a motion on item 4 first, and then a motion on item 5. Bill?
I guess I need a little bit of background or something. Maybe it's not clear to me, Forrest, but
Sure.
there's a fiscal impact of 300,000. And this is for a report. I guess I don't totally understand what we're giving. If we're giving a grant or we're approving a grant for this to do a report.
I apologize. I could have been clearer. At this time last year, the commission authorized a submission of a $300,000 application to the Rural Communities Opportunity Grant Program. The proposal that was submitted from Grand County is actually a 2-year project. That money has been received by the Community Land Trust. And the report that is being submitted is required by the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity to report on progress to date and the progress that will be accomplished in the 2025 fiscal year. That money has been received. It's being used to fund the activities that are being undertaken out at Arroyo Crossing.
Thank you. Kevin?
So in other words, on the agenda summary, the fiscal impact should have been 0 or not applicable or something like that.
I think there was a confusion
Right. Stephen?
because you can get that money.
Forrest, in the packet, I don't see a copy of the original contract that lays out our obligations. Would it be possible to circulate that contract so that both the public and the commission is informed of what the obligations that we have? I see that we have the report, but I don't see anything that kind of makes sure that we're complying with everything.
Understood. Stephen, I'll ask Ben to find the copy that's held in the Economic Development Department and ask him to forward that to you and to Quinn for distribution to the commissioners.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Forrest. Mike?
In questioning that, do we need to hold up anything with this pending legal?
Oh, no, this is just approving a report.
Okay.
So it can keep moving forward.
It's written out the way it is. I should have put just
Receiving
it's
it.
what's received, not going out.
Negative.
I was a little over. And that's that way on all 4 of those.
Okay.
Ran through.
Thanks, Alicia. Mary?
I move to approve the Moab Area Community Land Trust in term report.
Thank you.
Second that.
Okay. Any further questions on the Moab Area Community Land Trust report before we take a vote on that one? All right, call for a vote on that. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously.
I'll follow
Mary?
up
Yeah.
with, I'll move to approve the Moab Community Childcare Rural County Grant 2024 final report.
Thank you. Okay, motion from Commissioner McGann, second Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion or questions on that one? Calling for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. All right, Forrest, back to you on items 6 and 7, the Moab Community Child Care 2025 application for a rural county grant, as well as the Moab. Or were you going to bundle these as well, Forrest, or were you going to address them separately?
Let's address them slightly separately.
Okay, so we'll just do number 6, the Moab Community Child Care 2025 application for a rural county grant.
Yeah, I just want to compliment Rob Walker and the team at Moab Community Child Care. As a nonprofit, they have demonstrated not only the ability to provide services to our community, but have developed a financial model that is targeted to achieve sustainability sometime in 2025, late 2025 or early 2026. So the investment that's been made in the last 2 cycles of rural county grants and this subsequent proposal will really help them toward that goal. The 2 major elements in this particular proposal are, first, continued support for childcare providers and for childcare workers. The second is actually a capital investment to acquire a standalone modular building that will be placed at the Grace Lutheran Church site. It'll add capacity for, according to Rob, 15 to 20 more children. And since that site is where, in a sense, the pipeline for community childcare in Moab begins, that's a great opportunity for them. We've approved the program in concept. It will, and the funding support for it, and ask that you do the same. Obviously, the work that needs to be done by Rob with Stephen and other county staff will follow once the grant is approved, and assuming it's approved by the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Forrest. Stephen?
On this one, how many applicants did you folks have? I see the chamber packet and then the childcare. Did you have other applicants?
We did not, Stephen. This is one of the challenges that we've had. We've worked with the chamber to try to disseminate information about the grant process and the program. As you all may remember, the Rural County Grant targets a threshold of $200,000 per county, depending on the quality of the grant as it relates to community economic development, workforce development, some infrastructure investments, and workforce housing. We have tried to reach out to others in the community to receive, to even engage the board to talk about some of the needs or opportunities that they see. But as you note, Stephen, these are both entities that have received previous grants and have demonstrated that they can turn them into real productive outcomes for the community.
Concern that I have, apart from having the Chamber of Commerce put this out, is there any other notices that we put out? Because the optics will look like if we've tasked the chamber, and again, not implying anything, but if we've tasked the chambers to spread the word and no word is spread, and then we end up awarding them the grants, is there anything that the board put out into the newspaper or anywhere else that said, hey, come apply for this grant, or has it just been word of mouth?
It's been primarily word of mouth.
And that, for me, and again, I know for the commission, Shaylee's a member of the board. She did disclose, she does provide that information, but if she receives the grant. Rob Walker is a former member of the board. He's no longer a member of the board, but he received the previous grant. I think we, the commission, when we look at giving out funds, we always put ourselves in an awkward position. And so providing notice and circulating these things, I would strongly encourage the commission to implore the boards to circulate this more, because if it's only word of mouth and the only people that get the grants are the people that previously sat on the board or are sitting on the board, that always will create a perception, and that might not be the case, but it's something perhaps in the future we need to work on. Mary?
The board has reached out. We've invited members of the city. I mentioned it earlier. We specifically asked the mayor to come and said, we would really like to give these grants to some of the projects you need to do in the city. I mean, I've mentioned it, and so, and it's been hard to get people to engage in it because it's kind of a long process. It's not like you go and apply and, I mean, we could do better for sure, but it's not like the board has recognized that issue and has reached out. And I know members of the board, Chris and such, have talked to people in other areas and said, there's these opportunities that, I was really disappointed the city did. jump on board. You know, because we approached them first meeting in January and said, hey, we need more people to apply. And you guys, it has to be municipalities, more municipalities are connected to municipalities like, you know, nonprofits. So, and I think we can do better, but it's not, we have attempted to get at least the city and the Casa Valley's aware of it too.
Thank you.
Stephen?
One more small comment. The nice thing about a written notice is we don't have to say who we told and who they talked to and hope we get appointed in the newspaper and said, we let the whole community know. And that
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, so.
Great. Forrest?
I just wanted to thank Stephen for his comments about the optics and perceptions, because that has been a concern with the board as we've come through the last 18 months. One of the conversations we've had is that the community-wide process for developing the Trails for Tomorrow strategic plan, regardless of the council of the commission's action on that plan, has engaged people in specific industry clusters and people at large in the community, both in the private sector and in the not-for-profit sector. We've been talking among ourselves in the advisory board that gives us more volume in talking about these grant programs in the future.
Great. Kevin?
I think Stephen brings up a good point, and I was just going to suggest maybe for next year, you know, a month or so before you're going to be advertising for the next round of grants, you might run your plans for advertising, you know, by the commission or, you know, just other folks in the county, so people can make suggestions about ways to, you know, to sort of broaden the pool of applicants or get more people to notice.
Say it, Trish.
Just Stephen, I don't disagree with you. I do take issue with you using the word always, that we always have problems with things like this. I don't think it's general, it's not true, and I take issue with it.
Mary?
One of the things, we've had other ideas come up. We discussed a lot of them. Colette from the state is at every meeting with us and lets us know if this grant, you know, if this application is even going to fly. One thing we looked at was a commercial type, well, it wasn't called commercial, but a kitchen where, you know, you could teach culinary and it's been used in other places and it's a great idea, but she advises not to go in that direction because of who is going to keep manage it and who is, you know, so it's, we looked at other things, but Colette oftentimes would say, would steer us in the other direction because she wants us to have every opportunity we can to receive the funds.
Bill?
I think the point is we just need to advertise this. Right. Let's keep it simple there. It's, if we advertise, then we're covered legally. That it's a very easy process. It's no different than when we put out an RFP. We're giving away money here. People need to know about it so that it doesn't always go to the same people. Now, I do have a question for legal, and my argument or my statement about advertising has nothing to do with this one. It's just in general, it's good practice, but I regularly volunteer and do work for this individual and for the daycares. I put up all their shade sales to date. I don't want to vote on this if I should exclude myself, so.
You disclosed.
You disclosed, so there's, it doesn't trigger what's called a restricted restriction, so you've disclosed that you theoretically have the ability to work for this entity, but note that historically you haven't received funds. I think commissioners will routinely decide on things that are theoretical clients or customers, but whether you get a kickback, that's the challenge of the argument.
Right.
Just want it out there.
Thank you. All right, we haven't gotten a motion on either of these yet. I think we've made some good points, and going forward, we can learn from that. But I would, Mary?
I move to approve the Moab Community Child Care 2025 application for the Rural County Grant.
Thank you.
in the amount of 136,500.
Great. Evan, seconds. All right, motion from Commissioner Began, second from Commissioner Clapper. Any further discussion on this one? Calling for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. We are on to item 7, Moab Chambers 2025 application for a rural county grant. Back to you, Forrest.
I think that the work that is in the packet is very detailed. I'd like to give you a very brief summary of it. We've continued to support the Chamber's efforts to provide services and engage the local business community on the ground. And they have really stepped up in their creative thinking, which is much broader and deeper than what you see as the amount of their request for this coming fiscal year. The primary elements of that are help support the business summit and to do some on-the-ground research, especially as it focuses on the entrepreneurial and tourism adjacent business activity in the community. We heard a lot about that during the Trails to Tomorrow Business Summit today. And this is another opportunity to build the Chamber's capacity within Moab to be supportive of their fellow members, but also to identify needs and opportunities for future grants and for future work done by the Chamber.
Great. Yeah, Trish.
So Forrest, I kind of took issue with their budget. And maybe it's just because I have to write grants all the time and I really have to break budgets down. And so it's really, really lean, and the bulk of what they're asking for just says other. And it's like, what does that mean? You know, and maybe they don't really know what it means, but I'm struggling with the budget being so vague.
Understood. As you know, there's been a lot of changeover at the Chamber in the last couple of weeks, and they've been focused on the business summit. I think Cassie and Shaylee did a good job of putting together the conceptual framework for what they want to do. I agree with you that the budget is thin on details. My understanding, as we heard from Cassie, is that the primary focus will be on contracting with an individual or several individuals, which they have done in the past, to begin developing a database, an informal database, almost a network of information within the community, reaching out to some of the targeted industry groups that have participated in the Trails to Tomorrow process. And that's my understanding, of course, with somebody to coordinate that activity.
If nothing else, if you would just kind of give them that feedback for the future, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Bill?
Yeah, and I guess, I believe we gave a grant to the Chamber last year, correct?
Correct.
I'm just wondering what that accomplished, and isn't there maybe some feedback that we should have received, or at a minimum, some kind of report for what that money was used for? I mean, Rob gives us basically a encyclopedia of information about his, and yet we haven't, at least I haven't heard anything about the grant that was given to the Chamber last year.
You've made the right point, Bill. We haven't received any detailed information, any activity metrics, much less outcome metrics from them. We recognize that they're shrinking in staff. They've lost Lacey. Cassie has stepped in with a great amount of energy, and that's been a concern for the advisory board. We've also frankly believed that their efforts will come to fruition as they flesh out the very specific goals that they have for this particular grant.
Can we make this motion based off of the fact we'd like to know what happened with last year's money, or is that inappropriate?
I think they used most of the money for the business summit, which was today. So, right. Yeah.
The conversation also in the conversation at the meeting, and I listened into the meeting, they talked about what they needed to do to make the Chamber that more feasibly possible, and how much they'd have to charge for tickets and some of those other things. That was part of the conversation about need and the spend, the cost and everything else. But I do think it's possible that you can make it contingent on final reporting. That's one of the difficulties that we have with grants. Theoretically, all the grants across the county is you need, not only do you need to give them the money, but you also have to follow up and have what you're expecting and then their report to kind of tie it off. But the problem is, once you give them all the money, the incentive for them to give you a report drops away. And so I think the commission theoretically could make it contingent on that. I don't think it's very difficult to make a very simple report. That's the struggle that I have when we do grants, that if somebody comes along and sues the county and says, well, they didn't pick me because of X reason, then we have to have a good reason as to why we're giving grants out, what the basis is for, who we, how we advertised it. And then on the back end, that the, truth in taxation, that the funds were actually spent in an appropriate way. So those are all good things to ask for.
May I add?
Isn't there a time, don't we have to have this turned in? Is that why we really can't hold it off till the next meeting?
Is this time sensitive for us?
These grants have to be submitted by September 1st.
Okay.
But I do agree that adding a contingent or a whatever language Stephen and the commission would like to add to this, that you could approve it conditionally upon receipt of a summary prior to submission before September 1st. I don't know the logistics of that, and remember the economic development department staff is thin right now.
And can we just look at, have that be okay without us voting on it? That's what I'm curious about.
You could make it contingent on providing an initial or a draft version of their report of how the previous funds were spent. And I think that's something that either staff, my office, or economic development, whoever you'd like to just receive it and say, yep, looks great. And then we can put it on the commission's next agenda, probably in the consent agenda, and you guys all nod and say it looks wonderful, or something more. But I think that's very easy to do and feasible. I mean, and again, she could listen, whoever's either the director of the chambers could listen to this meeting and say, what are we looking for? What was the business summit like? Sales, revenue, and some base information. I think a one-page report would be more than enough to kind of justify it, right?
I just wonder whether we should add to the contingency some budget details. It looks like this budget is a summary of maybe a more detailed spreadsheet, and we're just seeing a gigantic other category. So yeah, it's probably just a little bit more detail on the budget, but I'd like to make a contingent on that as well.
Yeah, and $32,000, like Commissioner Hedin points out, is interesting. Great.
Bill?
Yeah, and I don't mean to hold it up. I certainly don't want to, and I understand that if it did go to the business summit, but on all of these, I think we should be asking for a follow-up report regardless of who it goes to. And I commend the fact that the daycare does do a good job of that, but I'd like to see that on any grant that we give out.
Yeah.
And I agree completely. I think that we should see some follow-up. I just think that the timing with this one is unfortunate because the business summit is really up.
Right. But it sounds like what we have on the table is they can still get it submitted by September 1st, but only if they, I don't even think we have to say we approve the report. We just want them to turn something in. And it's ditto for the detailed budget.
Yeah. And it's $63,000. I think they should be able to find the time to put 2 or 3 hours into a report and say, hey, this $32,000 is for A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
And that's a small ask for $63,000.
Anyone want to take a stab at a motion that encapsulates all that?
I can try.
Great, Kevin. Thank you.
I move to approve the Moab Chambers 2025 application for a rural county grant contingent on the following. One, the county receives a report on last year's grant detailing whether objectives were met, how the money is spent. And two, they submit a more detailed budget for the current grant.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner McCurdy. Anything else on this one? Calling for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. All right, thank you, Forrest.
Thank you all.
All right, have a good night. Agenda item 8, resolution establishing the Grand County Fair Board and bylaws. And this one is Angie Book, our Old Spanish Trail Arena Director.
Hello. Angie Book, Old Spanish Trail Arena Director. I'm bringing tonight the bylaws and the resolution for the Grand County Fair board. So the mission of the Grand County Fair Board is to ensure the successful promotion, production, and execution of the Grand County Fair each year. The Fair Board should ensure the fair schedule improves annually along with embracing the core of the Grand County community. The purpose of the Grand County Fair shall be to make recommendations concerning objectives, fund development, promotion, and service delivery. The board will advise the program operation of the Grand County Fair. The board shall propose policy for the county fair's operation and function subject to approval and acceptance by the Grand County Commission. The Grand County Fair Board will comply with relevant state statute and local ordinances.
Thanks, Angie.
Sarah?
I just want to state that it wasn't government, Mike. Well, it is, but it's not. It was, you guys worked so efficiently and effectively, Alicia and Angie, putting this together, and I appreciate it. And I don't think we can say enough about the fair. I think it's just been a great way to bring something that to our community that we haven't seen for a long time. So I appreciate both of your work. Thank you.
I can only echo that feeling. I mean, you guys put this together. I heard you explained it very well. I attended with Trish our last talkative meeting on this, and it was done in weeks, not years. So good job.
Mary?
My understanding is that one of the goals of the fair is also, promoting it outside our community, and tourists might be interested in it. I just want to make sure and maybe these bylaws aren't the place to do it, but clarify that this marketing director that's mentioned is, that includes marketing outside the county. And I think everything, we should be careful to keep that, aspect of the fair visible.
Yeah, great.
I mean, I know at the rodeo, I volunteer at the ticket booth, and it is the amount of people that are not from that community that go to the rodeo. It's huge. It's huge. So it's just, I would imagine we would see the same thing with the county fair. People just, especially Rim Village, like people can hear the hubbub. They're like, we came to see what was going on. And so they just show up. So it's pretty cool.
Mike?
We indeed picked up an entire family for the volleyball tournament. They stopped in for a few minutes and we acquired them as a family to play in the volleyball.
Were they any good?
They were very competitive, even.
We actually had a whole tour bus come in. Yeah.
I just want to if someone's just reviewing documents, I want to make sure they get the impression that this is drawing people from outside the county.
Gabe, you wanted to?
Right, I just wanted to stress the same thing, and even if that means some sort of hard documentation that that's happening, if there's an ad, even one ad purchased, something to back up that intention, I think is really important. Having the experience of that activity surrounding transient room tax dollars, audited and monitored, we want to make sure to be able to back it up rather than just say, yeah, it's bringing people in, because I'm sure it is. I agree, but
Great, Stephen.
Perhaps one easy fix would be under Article 2, after the first sentence states that the promotion of a fair shall be within and outside of the county to ensure high attendance, period. Then if you added in a line like that, it would be in the bylaws and specifically referenced. It just says that we're going to market inside and out. That would be the only change, and then anybody can point to that and say, hey, look, this is what the report is.
I think similarly also the resolution and the whereases we could.
Yeah. Mary?
I don't know if I can do it now. I move to approve the resolution establishing the Grant County Fair Board and bylaws with the language used by our county attorney Stephen Stocks concerning Article 2 and to add a whereas in the resolution.
Perfect. Thank you. Mike? All right, motion from Commissioner McGann, second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any further discussion?
Just,
Evan, go ahead.
I think we have to say what that added whereas says. And
Is
so,
it as stated by the?
again, yes, whereas the Grand County Fair, you know, attracts participants from both within and without the county. Like, does that work?
And encouraging their attendance would help promote the success of the fair.
Sure. Okay.
You get that, Gabe?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
With composition, do you feel confident that in the future you'll still have 7 active members? Okay. I mean, cause I'm on some
Pretty
boards where it's like, you know, a minimum of so many, but up to something else, so. I don't want you to paint yourself in a corner if it's like, oh, we don't have 4 people for a meeting today, so. If good, maybe you'd say no less than 5 members, but, I'll follow your lead on that.
Quorum has been a nightmare for a lot of the boards. We've had, I don't know how many meetings we've met, and all of a sudden we're calling people, our CJCC board and other ones. I don't know, you could make some of them. You could make some of them non-voting, but then you'd have to really make sure the people that you pick as voting members are
really hard.
guaranteed to show up. Because if you have 7, you need 4. Yeah. And that might not sound like a lot, but sometimes it is.
Say 5 to 7.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen some other kind of verbiage where it's like a minimum of X and a maximum of Y. Remember?
Mike?
Just in adding more to this, anyone listening in, this is a active board and will be a participating board in the county fair.
Our quorum is written, consists of simple majority of voting members.
It's
Said before, right?
Yeah.
the composition
Yeah,
must be composed of not less than 7 members. It's your baby. I'm just saying, it's something I've run into.
You could put
I would
not to
like to
exceed
see that
7
way.
members instead of not less than. Sure. Anybody who wants to show up is more than welcome probably to show up at the board meeting. So just flip that language of not less than, but not to exceed.
That we kind of discussed throughout this whole process was just that this is kind of just our starting point for this board. And then once we get a few members on, the first thing that they should do is review the bylaws and take a look at their membership and figure out what their true needs are. And then bring those bylaws, readjust that and bring those bylaws back.
Yeah. The only,
I don't know if that helps with some of this.
we just have to get instantly to 7 and never drop lower than 7 is how it's written. But I think if you have 7 people on it now, we're good to go.
We don't have anybody on it now.
Well,
We haven't been-
you have seven people ready to go.
What's up, Mike?
Another hat going out.
All right.
Not to be that guy,
yeah,
but
but he's a no, oh yeah, you're not.
I'd be a non-voting.
But I think the individuals that you've selected in Article 3.1, USU exhibits, entertainment, risk management, volunteer coordinator, marketing coordinator, vending coordinator.
So you want to change it to be like a minimum of 5 members? Max 7.
7 people is just, it's hard to get 7 people together. Sometimes, especially a non-paid volunteer board.
What do you think, Angie? What's what? Right.
Well, I mean, I like to be confident on this and go in with a positive attitude and knowing how excited the community is for this, especially with some other things coming down the turnpike with 4-H. And the way that is booming, coming off some recent events, I would like to go into this with a positive attitude and hope that we're gonna receive the applicants and
Great. All right,
it's,
should we just stick with what we got? Sounds
good.
yes.
excellent. Okay, so we do have a motion on the table. A motion was made by Mary, seconded by Mike. Anything else before we call for a vote? All those in favor, raise your hands, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 9, FAA Airport Improvement Program Grant 47 for taxiway A1 relocation at Canyonlands Regional Airport. And this is Tammy. Tammy's joining us on Zoom. You're up, Tammy.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Quinn's gonna share, it should be the map, Quinn, the doc one. I apologize. It looks like our supporting documents did not show up on the,
We got them.
okay, you did get them?
Yeah,
Okay.
we got them in a separate email. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So what we're asking for tonight is the approval of the grant offer for the project that you see right now. This project consists of the third phase of construction associated with the runway upgrade we did in 2017, 2018. This is kind of the final last piece of this. This project will eliminate the displaced threshold on the approach end of runway 21. When you look at the map, oh, it's still not up there.
Which one do you want, Tammy?
There should be a picture
Oh, right there.
of the project. There you
there
go.
we go.
That one.
Yes.
So when you look at the map, if you see the 2-1 numbers and then some large parallel white lines, that's a threshold. That's essentially where the runway begins and ends. And where we have it now is, if you look and see, it's offset from Alpha 1. Alpha 1 is in the red. That's the current configuration. And by FAA standards, this is considered non-conforming. And this was taken into consideration during the design and construction of the runway upgrades that we did. That's why this is kind of the final phase of that. And so what we need to do is remove everything in the red and build that green section. And this project has already gone out for bids. We received one bid, LeGrand Johnson. And so they would be awarded the bid if you approve the grant tonight. And this is kind of a project that we need to get done before we can move on to our future projects. The FAA is kind of holding our feet to the fire on that one. We've put it off as long as we can. And so on this project, our match amount is 9.37% match by Grand County. And so for this project, Grand County's grant match is $223,759.58. We have airport revenues set aside from 2020 until this year. So we have revenues built up that we can use for our matching for our next couple projects and to put into future budgets. So with this project, we have something that doesn't normally come about for us. The original amount requested was $106,964, less than what the bid came in at. And so the FAA they don't like to do grant amendments until the end of the project. So what we're being asked to do is, till the end of this project, carry that $106,000 funds until the end of the project. Once the project's done, the amendment will go in and Grand County will receive that money back. So that is a little bit different. We've not had to do that in any of our projects before. This is just one of those fluke things. So the total grant that's being offered is $2,057,318. And then you can see that the total bid came in. The bid was $2,338,042.50. And then when you subtract our match out, that's where we get that discrepancy. So this project is slated to hopefully be done at the end of this year. But the closeout may not happen till January. Kind of depends on LeGrand's schedule and when they can start. Are there any questions on that?
Thanks, Tammy. Bill, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I see a legal review of no hair. Is this something that we need some review on, Mr. Attorney?
So I've been looking at the contract here. It does require my signature on the document. I've looked through it. It looks like a standard grant award. It would be nice to get these in the future. I know departments get really excited when they're up against deadline, and the deadline here for them is only in 10 days. But everything looks fine enough. I'll continue to review it, but I don't have an objection to it.
Thanks, Stephen.
This is
Mary?
the stand. Stephen, you received this the same day I received it. So this is the standard AIP grants that we do every year.
No, I'm just looking at on page on your unsigned grant agreement.
That's notice of award for the contractor.
Right. Even if we do them every year, it has to go through legal review. And if we can just send them over, it looks good. Like I said, I think it conforms with forming and legality, so I don't have any objection on it.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question for Tammy, or anyone want to make a motion? Mary?
I move to approve the execution of the grant offer for the airport improvement program project number 3-49-0020-0747-2024 at Canyonlands Regional Airport, and the Grand County carrying additional funding of $106,964 until the closeout of the grant.
Thank you. Bill seconds. All right. Motion from Mary to approve, second from Bill. Any further discussion or questions? All right, call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hands, and that passes 6-0 with Commissioner Clapper absent. Thank you, Tammy. We will move on.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Agenda item 10, ordinance River Sands rezone rural residential to small lot residential. Bryce Rogers, planning and zoning. Bryce. Been sitting there for a long time.
All right. So I'll try to make this fast. I think you guys have all had time to hopefully be able to review this. Doesn't appear that I can share my screen. But if you just want to bring up the vicinity map, that's the only thing I was gonna share, and I can just talk about that.
Great. This is the item that we had our public hearing on at the last commission meeting.
Yes.
And as far as I could tell, I don't think we got any comment on it.
I haven't received any.
Yeah, I wasn't here, so I just have, go ahead and
That's
you'll
okay.
probably answer my question.
All right, so This is a request to rezone the property at 570 of River Sands Road, which you can see displayed right here. This is a 0.19 acre property that is currently zoned rural residential.
I know, that was my question. It's like, this is so bizarre.
It is a very bizarre property. It
Okay.
was apparently subdivided back in, I believe, 56.
Wow. Okay.
55, 56. So back when you could just split your property twice without having to go through anything, and now you have.
So it should be small lot residential because of the size, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Okay, great.
So, looking at what this would be with general plan moving forward, this area has always been zoned residential. The main driver behind this rezone is essentially making it so the owners can actually put a house on there with meeting setbacks. The current rural residential setbacks are very prohibitive, given the size of the lot.
Yep.
We do have the applicants in chambers if anybody has questions.
All right.
No.
Any other questions on this? Or care to make a motion?
I know, I was like, Bryce must have made a mistake in her typing. It doesn't make any sense.
Bill?
Double check it.
Sure, I move to approve the ordinance to rezone the property located at 570 River Sands Road on Grand County parcel number 03-0035-0045 to the small lot residential SLR zoning district based on one or more of the following items of consideration. Do we need to read them all off?
You do not.
Just one.
Maybe I just pick one. So you're good with any of those?
Was the existing zone for the property adopted in everything?
Sounds like it. Perfect. All right.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Trish. Motion approved from Commissioner Winfield, second from Commissioner Hedin. Anything else before we vote?
Right, so just to summarize, maybe redundantly, we've got, parcel sizes that are, small parcel sizes, the zoning doesn't match it. We're just changing the SLR, which is kind of what it matches the lot sizes there, and that gives them smaller setbacks so they can build.
Yeah, and maybe at least SLR just to is 0.20, is that correct? So it's almost exactly that, so.
All right, great. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. Next up is another one that we had as a public hearing at our last meeting. This one is ordinance for King Street rezone. It's from ranging grazing to rural residential. Bryce.
All right, so now we are jumping to Thompson Springs, which, everybody just enjoy the map of Thompson Springs right now, since that's going to change. Get replat in. So this, I believe, is a 2-acre property that is currently zoned, range and grazing. Forgive me, I've been at work for 11 hours, might fumble a little bit. So, and the drive here is to rezone to rural residential with the idea that potentially in time, there could be a subdivision to where this could become 2 properties, assuming water is available in Thompson Springs. So there's a lot of background within the staff report and the agenda summary that sort of captures the fact that there's a tap moratorium in Thompson. I believe they have given out all taps available at this point for the water that they have. So this rezone would not be in any way approving a future subdivision, purely just allowing for anything that's allowed in rural residential.
Right. Thank you.
And I guess maybe if you'll speak to this, the fact is like all of those, it shouldn't be ranging grazing. It's odd.
It is odd that the entire town is ranging grazing.
Right, the
Yes.
entire town is ranging grazing, which is odd.
All right.
And the applicant's aware about the tap.
They are, yes.
And staff's preference to kind of start picking these off one at a time, waiting until.
I don't know if staff has a preference at this point. We might end up with one. It's probably a question for a new director.
I believe, I don't remember if it's in the staff report for the zone change or if I read it somewhere else, but I know the previous planning director did mention that it might be something for the commission and staff to think about, to do a rezone of Thompson Springs as one application versus having each individual property owner request a zone change. And I would certainly be in favor of us looking at that. I think it would be easier for the residents, it'd be easier for us in the end. So that is certainly a possibility. This one happens to have come in. But if we decide to do that, I feel like we should let the residents know so they don't all start individually submitting applications.
I seem to remember that that was the tack that we were taking, and I think a lot of the way to justify waiting was that you couldn't build anything anyway with so it's kind of like, let's figure this all out first. But if time is of the essence for them for some reason, but I also wouldn't want to like paint us into a corner where, you know, one thing gets rezoned and then when we try to do a broader stroke, now we're like working around the jigsaw pieces.
Yeah, I mean, one option, sorry, I'll let
No, go
Tricia
ahead, go
say.
ahead, Amy.
One option would be, I mean, we've gotten this far with this application, so I hate to stop it for them, and I don't know if they have any time constraints, but you know, if we decide to do a general rezone of the whole area, we could always refund their application here or whatever. If we decide to say, hey, we're actually gonna rezone the whole town if you want to hold off, but I don't know what their situation is.
They haven't expressed any sort of time constraint to me at this point. Doesn't mean it exist, right?
I would think we would wait to do any sort of mass rezone until after we'd had the replat.
For sure. Yeah.
So that's
Perfect.
at least a few months out.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed it. What was the planning commission's recommendations on this? And is that-
They were favorable.
And unanimously?
Okay. Mary?
Move to approve an ordinance to rezone properties located on 68 King Street North in Thompson Springs on Grand County parcel number 07-0021-0153 to the rural residential zoning district based on that it will be a benefit to the community and it matches the surrounding area.
Thank you. Second from Mike. All right, the motion on the table, Commissioner McGann, second from Commissioner McCurdy. Anything else before we vote? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that one passed unanimously. Thanks, Bryce.
Thanks, Bryce.
We're on to agenda item 12. This is ordinance establishing campaign finance disclosure requirements, and this one is presented by our clerk auditor. Yes. That was Mike. Yeah, Mary and then Mike.
This came about as a result of a presentation and discussion at the Summer Clerk Conference in Kanab that myself and Chief Deputy Clerk Auditor Van Horn attended. And so it was just an open discussion amongst all the clerks about this statute that took effect July 1 regarding finance disclosure requirements. This was drafted and went through multiple levels of review here in Grand County, but it's still a little undercooked. So I'm just here to say that we're not ready to vote on it actually right now. Some elements that are required in that statute are actually not included in the ordinance. So it just needs a little bit more work. However, I guess there's a accompanying conversation because we're not out of compliance right now. The section of code here that's referenced 1716.6.5 that does include a sort of a fallback set of finance disclosure requirements that would be in effect if a county didn't have its own ordinance on the books. I don't have an opinion at this point without doing some further studying on it, whether I feel like Grand County has certain circumstances that would warrant us having a more tailored set of disclosure requirements rather than just falling back on what's in the code there. And I was awaiting an opinion from the Lieutenant Governor's office if it is their recommendation that each county make that effort to adopt its own set of requirements. So I would leave that up to discussion if you will. whether, you know, it is the will of the commission that we adopt something specific or that we use the, you know, we go this, you know, maybe the more straightforward, easy route and just follow what's on those fallback requirements. So that's all I would, you know, I would entertain postponement or aside from further discussion. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Gabe. Yes, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, I think just relying on the fallbacks certainly seems like an acceptable option to me. It's, and then I think if we were to write our ordinance, we might want to track the language that's in those, you know, track the language in the state statute rather than whatever template this was based on. I think that would just be less confusing if, the only thing I can, the state doesn't give us a lot of leeway. I mean, they have these minimum requirements that our ordinance has to satisfy, and it seemed like the main place where we have to make a choice is precise timing of when the reporting happens. And the thing that occurred to me is that I think the current financial disclosure guidelines throughout the whole state, they predate vote by mail. And so that it's like, you have to disclose within 7 days of election day, but within 7 days of election day, more than half of people have already voted. And what would make a lot more sense is you have to disclose right when ballots hit or something like that, or maybe both when ballots hit and then also close to election day. Yeah, that's extra reporting. So I don't have a specific proposal right now, but you know, that's the only thing, the way I could think of that we could improve on the fallback provisions that are already in state statute.
Yeah.
I actually, there is a second one, which is, and maybe it doesn't apply here, but the state has confusing language about, you know, there's a place where you have to report 7 days before the primary election. But, and then every time I've asked, you know, they say, well, if you're not a candidate in the primary election, you don't have to report then. It never really says that explicitly. You know, so people get worried about that and spend a lot of time researching. So again, I don't know if our ordinance had some kind of reporting deadline around the primary, I think we should make it clear that it only applies to people on the ballot primary, not just to everyone. Okay. So in light of that, I suppose we don't need a motion, we just don't need to vote on it, right? Yeah. Okay.
I think that those are some good points and that it would be worth tweaking the state fallback one to be more specific and clear on some of the questionable ones. So I would make a motion to postpone until our next.
Second.
All right, motion to postpone from Commissioner Clapper, second from Commissioner McGann. Any further discussion on that? All right, and you said to the next meeting, is that,
No, I think
Or-
if we're gonna really look at, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead, you're good, Mary.
It sounds like we could really make a good ordinance. I mean, if we took our time and really looked at our situation and compared, we could make it clear and benefit the voters and the public with, you know, having the information they would like in a timely fashion. So I wouldn't want to postpone it till next week. I'd maybe postpone it for a month or
Until we've had time to,
postpone it until we're ready.
Yeah.
okay,
Postpone until we're ready.
thank you. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to postpone, raise your hands. That passes unanimously. That was what evident. Mary. Okay, all right, we are on to agenda item 13, volunteer appointments to the Budget Advisory Board. This is also Gabe.
So my summary in the agenda packet is pretty thorough as it relates to this action. That we received one application for the citizen, what do we call it? The Grand County voter representative, and that was from AJ Throgmorton. We did receive two sort of expressions of interest, I should say. It's not necessarily the same county board application from the non-elected Grand County Department Head representative. Those were from Jail Commander Shan Hackwell and Airport Director Tammy Howland. The Budget Advisory Board met, had its first meeting of the year, and a recommendation to appoint Throgmorton and Hackwell for the two vacancies was forwarded to you all.
Great. Trish?
The only question or comment that I have is on AJ's application. They don't have an address. I mean, it does have Moab zip code. And then it's noted that, you know, must be a Grand County resident. So I guess I'm,
Thanks for asking. I deleted it for his
okay,
privacy.
thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
but he's a Grand County resident.
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
thank you so much.
Mhm.
Okay, appreciate that.
Yes.
And I just wanted to add to Gabe's summary that, I think all of the budget advisory members had positive things to say about both Shan and Tammy, the two applicants. Great. We all thought both would be a really positive thing, but Shan had a few more years' experience on budgeting matters, and so I think everyone leaned that way, but that's, we thought they were both strong enough.
Thank you for that, Kevin. Great. Okay.
Thanks.
Yes. Mary?
I move to approve the appointment of AJ Throckmorton
Throckmorton.
as the Grand County voter representative and Shan Hackwell as the non-elected Grand County Department Head representing a representative of the Grand County Budget Advisory Board for the term of 2 years through 2025.
Thank you. Mike? All right, motion from Commissioner McGann, and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any further discussion before we vote on these two, future budget advisory board members?
The 2 years just kind of refers to,
2 budget seasons.
2 budget seasons.
Great. Okay, all in favor, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. All right, we're on to number 14, contract with Neighborhood Power Incorporated for a solar farm at the airport. And were you presenting this one, Stephen? It doesn't have a presenter. Or
Yeah, I can
Commissioner Winfield, maybe? I'm not sure.
Whoever would like, unfortunately, I've spent way more time than I ever wanted to, learning about credits on getting back, overages on kilowatts, and you guys have seen my long-winded emails, and I apologize for you having to suffer through them. There's a lot of information here. This is not my pony or dog or whatever you want to call it. One way or the other, I'm not inclined, whether the commission wants to do it or not. I'm happy to provide information. But the conversation that we've had, Commissioner McGann and Commissioner Winfield were both at this meeting. It seems like the company is essentially acting as a middleman to hire Intermountain Solar and Wind to create a solar farm out at the airport, provide electricity, produce more than necessary, and then encouraging us to resell it back. The difficulty with that is we don't get the full amount of money that we're paying to them. I think if this is something that the county wants to look into, I think there are people way more knowledgeable about myself. But the time that I've spent on this, I can see a lot of negatives. That's generally what my job is to do, is see negatives. But I really haven't seen a super compelling case where the amount of electricity that they're going to generate is going to be beyond our need. I do think that we could take advantage of John Knight's generous offer to encourage us to look at options. Perhaps the subcommittee, create a subcommittee on what we want to do for energy usage for the county as a long-term plan. Maybe cross-reference that with the city. There's a ton of endless opportunities. I would invite the commission to explore what they would like to see. But this particular contract, I have concerns with it. And I think the concerns are based on the costs associated with it. But again, I'm not an expert. John Knight is an expert. We sat down, spent time with him. Quinn was there at that meeting with John. He told us what to look for. I looked for those things. And then again, really one of the big selling points from the meeting that we had with Ben Collingswood was, well, you can resell this energy back. We're paying 7.4 cents. Rocky Mountain Power said, well, we'll give you 6 cents up until the point you've paid back your bill. However, after you go over that amount, we will only pay you 2 cents to generate it back. So we're paying 7.4 cents, and then we'll get paid roughly 2 cents. So we're paying 5 cents. those are the concerns that I have. I think with more time, perhaps the county might come to a different idea, or perhaps want to directly contract with Intermountain Wind and Solar. That's their job, but there is a missing element that they do, the rec credits and some of the other nuances that they get federal funding back. So those are some things the commission could look at. Again, maybe a subcommittee wants to delve into this and get really nerdy about all the fun parts of it. So that's kind of my synopsis, and refer to the emails. There's lots of info.
Yes, yeah, read those. Thank you for that, Stephen. Bill.
And I followed up with an email to all of the commissioners, including Tammy in it, so that we had some follow-up, but and Stephen, you're in that email chain also. I had a following discussion with Mr. Knight, who asked if he could have his engineer do a study on their engineering and their 8760 report, I believe it is. And he had said that he would need several days to do so, and he would get back to us, and that he would give us his input on whether or not they were oversizing and the amount of panels that we would need out there, so we'd be buying power that we don't really use. And he didn't feel like that was going to happen with the way it was, but he and Mr. Collin would have since had several conversations via email in that chain. And he has that report, and he is having his engineer look at it. So my recommendation would be to postpone this, allow that to play out, and then if it doesn't pencil out or whatever, then we do as Mr. Stocks is suggesting, and we move forward with looking at other alternatives. And I believe Tammy has another alternative already, and I've in my email requested that go before the airport board and include Mr. Hawley, because he's got he has years of effort into this.
Yeah, he does.
And experience. And so I would like him to be able to weigh in on whatever comes forward. He's just put too much time into this. So my recommendation would be that we just postpone this and allow Mr. Knight to finish his
His work.
engineer study.
I'd support that. I think that sounds.
Is that your motion?
Okay, that's my motion. I can state that if you'd like, but that I would make the motion that we postpone this for now and allow Mr. Knight to complete his study and get back to us on it. And he assured me he would be forthcoming.
Thank you. All right, a second from Mike. So we have a motion to postpone from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Anyone else want to weigh in?
This is kind of a little more off topic, but bringing up the idea of kind of a broader energy audit, long-term plan. I think that at one point we were talking about possibility of solar panels on these buildings, and then out at the road shed, and kind of what else was out there. So not as part of this, but maybe that's something that we add onto the budget for next year's study, or maybe that piggybacks on the building needs or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
It's good time. Steve?
And I just want to add, Mr. Hawley's done a lot of work on this, and credit to him. My naysaying on, or my concern on contracts is not to disparage or to cut down the work that they've done. And I know he's done a lot of work and a lot of effort to this. So I know that likely, me coming in or somebody else coming in at the last minute and saying, well, this is, bad, might kind of come off as not supportive, but I think this is a good path forward to look at it.
Yeah,
Thanks. Yeah.
I think with that, like, no one's saying this is a bad deal. It's just, is it the best deal, or how can we make it the most rewarding? So I don't want it to sound like we're throwing it all out.
When they're done, we will know exactly, at least per Mr. Knight's recommendation, the size that we need for the airport per his knowledge, which will either back up neighborhood power or it will contradict their plan.
Absolutely. And we're lucky enough to have a true expert in the field like John Knight in our community who is willing to help us out with that. So thanks to him as well. Mary?
This is on the subject and not on the subject, but I think it's important for, at a future commission meeting to recognize both Holly and Mr. Knight, to do a public recognition of that they have volunteered their times and expertise on this, and so for future consideration.
Thanks. All right, I do have a motion to postpone. So I'll call for a vote. Bill made the motion, Mike seconded it. All those in favor, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. All right, we're on to, agenda item 15 is the land use code amendments, and we are going to pick up with where we left off at our workshop earlier today. And I want to thank, I was going to say, I want to thank Bryce and Amy for sitting through all of that and coming back 4 hours later. Appreciate it. Mary.
Well, I guess they both have to sit through this. I was gonna make an idea that we move the public hearing forward so that Bryce could go home.
I told her she could go home.
Oh,
Awesome. And I think we will have the public hearing soon. The consent agenda should be pretty quick, and then, we'll go right to the public hearing.
maybe,
Yes.
and another future consideration, and I talked to Bryce about this, is maybe having our public hearings after our citizens to be heard, our second citizens to be heard, because so often I just don't think it's the best use of our employees' time to have to sit till the end of these long meetings. Our discussions are important. And I'm glad we are the type of commission that really thinks about things. But I do think if we had it just on our agenda that after citizens to be heard, we have our public hearings.
Yeah, because we also have 3 citizens here that have
Yeah,
been for hours and hours and hours also.
So I think that for future consideration, we should do that.
All right, I just wanted to throw in, since you're both new, a trick that a lot of other staff members have learned is you can hang out in your office and watch on Zoom and then show up when it's getting closer. Roll over when
Yeah.
you see it
Our
coming.
office is a little far away though, so we'd be running. But yes. And I support what you said, Mary.
Great. Okay. So we're where we left off. I think we're in the middle of a discussion about best way to proceed, and we were kind of down to a timeline as to when we wanted to. We were talking about the 180-day trigger, or the 180 days ends on September 3rd. We have our commission meeting on September 3rd. We were discussing potentially starting another 180-day period, but then immediately getting to work with the proper public hearings. And
I thought we had agreed on that. And the questions about the timing of the
question,
planning commission discussing, make
Yes.
a recommendation, and then the commission public hearing after that. And could you guys just review again what you were proposing at the end of?
Yeah, I think in order to get everything done that we're proposing, I think staff is in favor of the September 9th planning commission meeting and September 17th county commission.
Okay. So
For a hearing or for a vote?
So the first public hearing at the county commission would be September 17th.
and then a vote
Usually
on
we
October
wait
1st.
2 weeks, so we can, if we think it's urgent. vote on it on the 17th.
Okay.
Yeah, we have that option. We don't usually exercise.
Yes. Okay.
Sounds
Yeah,
So,
thank you. I'd be in favor of that as well. I think if you guys think that you can handle that time frame, then yeah. Okay, anyone else want to weigh in? I believe we don't need to take a vote on that. We can just direct admin to facilitate that. And obviously you'll do that with the planning commission.
Do we need to have a vote to postpone? 15?
Land use code amendments. I think if we just don't vote on it, then it'll naturally,
Okay.
right.
That's what I want.
Okay, and so was the proposal now to go straight to the public hearing?
Public hearing at the planning commission on the 9th, correct? So you'd have that.
I think we
Oh,
just have the
tonight's
consent
agenda.
agenda in between, so. You mean tonight, yeah, so it'll take one second. Yeah, exactly.
I was.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
Oh,
See, I'm sorry, I should have been more specific.
okay.
I don't see the applicant, but
No, but there's other people here.
Yeah.
I'm in
Do you-
favor of that if you want.
Okay, do you guys everyone in favor of moving that public hearing up before the consent agenda? Happy to do that. Great. All right, thank you guys. We're finished with agenda item 15 and we'll move into agenda item 17, which is our public hearing to consider a rezone from large lot residential, LLR, to neighborhood commercial NC. And this is back to Amy and Bryce.
Chair.
Yes.
I missed this one. I have a conflict in this matter because of prior representation.
Yes, right.
against The
Okay.
applicant, and so I'm not participating.
Okay.
So that he wouldn't view that as,
Right.
some sort of
I understand.
bias.
Thank you, Steve. Okay. Okay, Stephen is going to conflict out on this one. So Amy, go ahead.
Yes, I'm gonna let Bryce, present, but I'm here to support and ask questions or receive questions. Both things. Alright, so I do believe that everybody has seen this one before, way more than me, is my guess.
Yeah.
We have an application from the owner of Moab Equal District Way to rezone his current business property, which is at 1540 Spanish Valley Drive. So this property is currently zoned large lot residential. And there's a long history with business on this property. So far, basically from what I've been able to read, this is all me going back to somebody else's notes on this, so please, if anybody has anything to add, Amy, please do so. So originally, this business moved to the property in 2020 and began operating as an HVAC business. From there, I believe there was an applicant, there was a complaint, a neighbor complaint. Give me just 1 second, I wasn't quite ready to do this.
So while we're
Sorry.
giving you a second.
Yes.
Could someone in charge of this, there's a dialogue blocking our view of the map on the screen. Could someone read
That
that
could
away?
be my PDF. Yes. It's fine. Oh. Yes. But let's choose now to do that. All right. All right, so the property started operating as an HVAC business and was essentially called on being out of compliance with their business license. Once that complaint was received and the owner was contacted, they were basically given the option of you can cease all operations on the property, or you can continue with the residence that is there as well and operate this as a home occupation, knowing full well the restrictions within the home occupation for that. And I believe that happened in 2021. They since have moved outside of what would be the home occupation restrictions, and there is an entire compliance or code compliance case on that. And in order to move forward, they would like to request a rezone since their current business would not be able to operate in the large residential zone. They came forward in what I believe is 2022 or 2023 and asked for a rezone to general business. And that was, it's unclear from the staff reports that I read whether that was denied outright.
It was sent back to the planning
It was
commission.
sent back.
It's very odd.
And there was talk about new evidence to be brought forward. There is no new evidence in this particular staff report, nor has none been conveyed to staff. So essentially, this is coming forward with the same evidence that was presented for general business, and they are now asking for neighborhood commercial. My limited understanding is that the planning commission may have, I don't know if they suggested trying a different zone, but yeah, so they're coming back with this zone. Yeah, and I ran across the recommendation from somebody, although it was a vague recommendation for a more appropriate zone. But as far as I can tell, the applicant was not giving guidance as to what that's.
So. This went forward with a recommendation from staff. And that recommendation was essentially to deny the zone change due to the fact that this would constitute spot zoning in this area, as well as not being in compliance with the general plan or any of the future plans that have even been discussed moving forward for this area, since that has been deemed a residential area. When planning commission saw this, they also forwarded an unfavorable recommendation. Zone change.
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Okay. Great. Any questions for the public hearing?
No, so we're discussing this
Right.
later, right? I mean,
We are, yeah,
this
we are
is
not,
just the
we're not,
public hearing.
we're not voting
So
on
I,
this tonight.
let's not get into
Okay.
the weeds tonight.
Totally,
mean,
I agree, Trish. Okay,
So I have a, on, do all of you guys have one of these?
It
No.
was from planning commission.
Oh, it's left over from Panic. Okay. And I didn't, in the packet though, that's on the website, is there a staff recommendation in the official packet? or-
There was one attached to the staff report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed it somehow.
That might be Mary's notes.
I believe it's similar to what you're looking at. She's gonna read it right now.
So
I thought-
staff recommendation is denial based on criteria 9.2.5 E. Zone request is not conforming with the Grant County General Plan, and 9.2.5 K, the zone request would constitute spot zoning.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure it was in the record.
Can I just, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just with the colors in the map,
Yes.
remind me the zoning to the property just west
So just west, that's general business.
and the darker to the east.
That's also general business. It's just. It is, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's the trailer park.
Yeah.
Can I just
Okay, but
add
no,
one
but, just to be-
tidbit from the planning commission?
I guess I was confused by, but all the yellow parcels are
Large lot residential.
large lot residential. Okay.
So the only thing I'll add, because again, I don't want to get into the weeds, is there's been kind of some hubbub surrounding that this used to be a business. There was a gap in time and it's a resuming a business. And Mary Hoffine made it very clear that this actually was never, ever a permitted business. It ran as a business illegally and the county tried to shut it down again and again, and it was never shut down. So I just want to kind of state that. I thought it was a really valid statement. Mary, it's great to have her on the planning commission because she has this extensive history of all of the properties in the county. And so we were able to set that record straight.
Great, thank you. Okay, then I will go ahead and open the public hearing. I'll open the public hearing to solicit comment on the rezone consideration from large lot residential to neighborhood commercial. We'll keep this public hearing open until next Wednesday, the 28th. Any comment can be directed to commission@grandcountyutah.net. And while I'm opening that, I will take comment right now. If there is anyone in the chambers who would like to make comment, raise your hand and I'll call you forward.
I just had a procedural question. So can we just, we got a comment at the 6 p.m.
Yes, we did.
Can we just like incorporate that into?
We have in the past. I think that's right.
Incorporate that.
Okay, so Shirley, your comment earlier will be incorporated into the record as a public comment at this public hearing. Okay, you're welcome. All right, anyone here who would like to make comment, raise your hand. Jay.
My name is Jay Nethercott. I live right next to the 1540 Spanish Valley Drive. And so I have watched that go from an empty lot next to me to what it is today. And I have, Randy Martin has run a business, as we already discussed earlier today, for a number of years. And I never said anything because, he was a one-man operation and he was doing a bit of job work. And I never said anything. Then about 2 years ago, Moab Heating and Cooling moved in an office trailer. I don't know if they ever got a permit for that or not, but they moved in an office trailer and the lid came off. Okay, the activity level went up there tenfold. I mean, the dust, the noise, the employees, it just went nuts. Okay, it's just unacceptable. So I contacted the county attorney, at that time, and she connected me up with the code enforcement officer. And through a series of lots of emails and we did a lot of work and put a lot of time into this, and we managed to bring those people to the table quite reluctantly. They didn't come willingly. Brought them to the table and had them sign home occupancy permits so that they could continue to do more or less what Randy Martin has been doing for many years. And they did not abide by the terms of that agreement for 1 minute. They had no intention of it, had no intention whatever of abiding by the rules of the agreement that they signed. And they have been going full blast ever since. They're just going full blast today. They have not, they are not good neighbors. They are disrespectful to the neighbors. Every one of the neighbors have had run-ins with them because these people do not care one bit about this neighborhood. I love this place. I've lived here for 35 years. I've done everything I can to make that neighborhood nicer and nicer and nicer, growing trees, landscaping. Everybody else has up there too, except them. All they want to do is to use that land to make money with, and they do not care one bit about the integrity of that neighborhood. And they've been disrespectful for everybody, and I would just like to concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission, which I've appeared in front of, twice, and they've all agreed. We've examined all sides of this issue, and they have agreed over and over again that this is a grossly inappropriate use of this property for various reasons. There's a lot of reasons why this shouldn't happen. Eric Hoffline has covered that. Mostly they've got a driveway down the road. They never will have a road. It's a driveway. And so I'm just here to ask you people to concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission and reject this zoning change proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Anyone else in the chambers who'd like to come forward and make comment?
Yes, my name is Jim French. I live on Rocky Road. We share a property boundary with Moab Eaton Coal. When we bought this property in 2012, we would have never made an offer if this activity was going on. 4 years ago, they moved in 2 big containers, a home office, all of their trade vehicles, their trucks and trailers. They're all parked next to our property. They've been trespassing onto our property. We were forced to get a survey. We found that the road was actually up to 7 feet onto our property. They have large box vans come in on a daily basis. They have to pull up in, then when they come out, they have to back down a quarter of the way of the driveway, make a 4-point turn. It was a 2-point turn before we got a boundary up to keep trespassing. They'll have sometimes larger wheelbase vehicles that come in, semis even, that have to pull all the way up in, offload, and they back all to 140 yards back down the Spanish Valley, back on the Spanish Valley Drive. I suspect that probably creates a little bit of liability for somebody. And nobody wants to see Moab Eaton Coal go out of business. They provide a necessary service. We've used their service. But Jared intentionally moved over there illegally. He's been operating illegally without a proper business license for years. And there's been no consequence, no penalty whatsoever under this grandiose plan to rezone it so that their property value goes up and ours goes down. I just think it's unfair. And I'm afraid that if you pass this, they're only not condoning that type of behavior, you'll be encouraging it. So please appeal to you. Let us get our neighborhood back. These guys don't give a crap about what's going on. I've talked to them numerous times about the dust. They've tried to put some brine stuff down on the road, but there's so much heavy truck traffic and their vehicle traffic that they have to redo it every good moments. They've done nothing to mitigate any of their problems until they applied for the rezone. I discussed it with him numerous times. It was brought up that he wasn't expecting any opposition. I went over and spoke to him when we called zoning the first time. I've spoken to Randy numerous times and told him we'd oppose it. So it's just frustrating that he gets a redo because they didn't get the result they wanted from the first Planning and Zoning Commission. And here we are again. This is the 4th time I have to get up there and try to explain what's going on. It's just frustrating as heck. So please do the right thing. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Anyone on Zoom who's here to make comment on this public hearing? looks like there's no one else left in the chamber who hasn't already commented or otherwise. So we will keep this public hearing open until 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 28th. And again, you can send comment to commission at grantcountyutah.net. All right, thank you. We are on to our consent agenda. Our consent agenda consists of item A, approval of meeting minutes for August 6th, 2024. Ratification of payment of bills, total bills in the amount of $666,610.34. Total payroll in the amount of $386,779.24 for total bills and payroll, the amount of $1,053,389.58. Item C, ratification of the Kroger opioid settlement. D, ratification of the emergency manager exchange program, as well as item E, the Versaterm contract approval.
Move to accept consent agenda.
Thank you, Mary. Second from Bill. All right. All those in favor of the motion to accept the consent agenda as presented? And that passes unanimously. All right, we've come to the end of our consent agenda. Actually, we do have another item, but at this point, I would entertain a motion. Mary?
I'll make a motion to move into closed session to discuss character, professional competency, or physical or mental health of an individual.
Thank you, Mary. Second from Mike. All those in favor of going into closed session? And that passes unanimously, so we will now go into closed session.